Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac McGee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Hey Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Nash, January 1949 Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves Country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves Country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, no.
Braves Country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves Country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves Country.
Oh,
Braves Country.
come here. Now.
Braves Country. Braves Country. Braves Country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves Country.
Have a
Braves Country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio. youtube.com/@Braves Country. Hey Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio. youtube.com/@Braves Country.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the bubble. Really, this is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our
station?
I like everything.
It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. It's now or never, Braves Country. My God. We tried to tell you, don't start Elder, and if you do, pull him after the first time through the damn lineup.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man with a cool one in his head. Yeah, the armchair.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Well, gosh darn it, Braves Country, we are in a mess. And strangely enough, this was not unexpected. Your heart of hearts, you really didn't feel like the Braves' best chance to win was last night on the road. Their best chance to win is tonight. It's just the way they lost and a bit of a gut punch and the whole drama and Bryce Harper getting all up in his feels and everything with Orlando Arcia and Arcia. You know, the only thing I'll say about that is, man, I'd like to see Arcia have some pushback tonight. You know, do his own. I don't know if I want to see him do the classless throat slash thing. That one's always bothered me, even back to the days of the NFL. It's always bothered me. It's just it's low rent, it's low class, but that is Bryce Harper. But just, I'd like to see some fight, so some actual fight in Arcia. And, you know, when he's rounding those bases and he's staring at you, I don't know how, look, everyone's built different. There's no way in hell I could sit there and take that. I would throw it up my hands. What, son? You want something? Can I help you? Because we've talked about this in the past. He is always more bark than bite. He's a hell of a player. You can't take that away. But he's always more bravado than he is actual substance. We've seen it time and time again. When Hunter Strickland kicked his ass, we saw that when he charged the mound. He did when Strickland was with the San Francisco Giants. He went out there and charged the mound and got absolutely waylaid. No one ever brings that up. What about when Papelbon choked him out in the dugout for not hustling? Remember that? When he was with the Nationals and he was just kind of, you know, loafing down the line and he tried to say something to Papelbon after Papelbon said, hey, hustle. That's essentially what he said, cleaning it up a bit. And Harper shot his mouth off and Papelbon run right at him. And look, you can always tell the guys that are talking more smack than they can back it up. You just can. Or maybe some of us can. Spent a lot of time in the bar business, working security and whatnot, and you always knew the ones that were all chop and no actual bite. And that is what Bryce Harper is. And if you get back in his face, he's going to absolutely fold like a cheap lawn chair. But he's a good player. You can't take that away. But Arcia just sitting there, I don't know how he did it. I just don't. But like I said, we're all built different. I probably would have been ejected. The first time around, there would have been hands like, what are you staring at me for, son? The second time around, he wouldn't have touched second base. He would have absolutely gotten just punked right there on the base paths. Throw haymakers, everything. Because think about this. Think about this. If Orlando Arcia and Bryce Harper get ejected for a game, advantage Atlanta Braves. Just think about that. Because we have Nicky Lopez, who's a pretty darn good shortstop that can fill in. They don't have anyone like Bryce Harper in their lineup. So it's a fair trade. Go out there and just ransack them. And my God, if you're Spencer Strider, you don't want to get kicked out. I get it. But I'd like to see him buzz his tower tonight. I really would. We'll get more into this, and we will do the entire pregame show tonight. They have moved the game, unfortunately. I think it's a terrible move by Major League Baseball. They have moved the game to 8 o'clock tonight, not 6 o'clock like it was originally planned. Technically, it's 8:07. And we will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country Radio. Find us on YouTube today. If you're not getting it in your area, wherever you're hearing us from, jump on YouTube. You can hear the game pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, and you can jump in and join the chat. We have a lot of fun. But we'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, 8:07, first pitch at Spencer Strider versus Ranger Suarez. We're going to do the complete pregame show, 7 o'clock tonight, right here on Braves Country Radio. Probably going to share it to our Facebook page as well tonight. And we tried to share it to the Twitter feed. Something happened with the algorithm, and it didn't get shared. I'm not sure what happened, but didn't have time to mess with it in the middle of the ball game last night. But you'll always be able to catch it on our YouTube channel. That's the easy part. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. And this is a huge game. None bigger than tonight. And we've got Spencer Strider, Ranger Suarez. The Braves are still a prohibitive favorite. Even after everything that went down last night, all that drama. That was drama. That wasn't drama. That was drama. Even with all that, the Braves are still a -155 on the money line on the road in a deciding Game 4. That tells you that Vegas believes that the Braves are going to show up tonight. That tells you that they believe that Spencer Strider is going to absolutely come out and pitch well. Not that he didn't pitch well the first time. I think you're going to get an elite performance tonight from Strider. Really do. But we'll talk more about that during the pregame show. We wanted to hit up a couple other things going on in the world of sport. First of all, can you believe the Dodgers get swept? My God, the sky must be falling in Los Angeles. You know, we think we're having a bad go of it. Dodgers got swept by what is looked upon as an inferior division rival in the Arizona Diamondbacks. And they weren't particularly competitive in any of the games. Last night it was 4-2 after getting down 4-0. They had a little bit of a charge in them, which is the exact score that they lost to the Diamondbacks in the, was it Game 2 in Los Angeles? The difference between that was, well, I mean, realistically, it's all been the same. The Dodgers have been getting down big early in the games. The Saturday game was the absurd one. The Saturday game was when they lost 11-2 and really kind of set the tone. They gave up 6 runs in the first inning. The Dodgers then in Game 2 gave up 3 runs in the first inning. So you're talking about at the end of the first inning in games 1 and 2 combined, you are down 9-0. And then last night's game, if you didn't stay up, which I'm sure a lot of folks didn't, they were able to stave them off in the first inning, but they got down 4-0 after 3. So you're getting these crooked numbers. Look, Lance Lynn was just, he's not what they thought he was going to be when they made the trade for him, but it really was a dart throw. It's funny that I've seen some of these Braves writers and we'll just call them content creators that have tried to circle back and say, well, the Braves, you Braves fans say that the Braves should have been more aggressive in the free agency. But look what the Dodgers did. They went and they got Lance Lynn. And, you know, once again, last night, 2 2/3, 4 earned runs, you know, an absolute disaster. He had a 5.73 ERA. Here's the thing. To say that is what the Braves fans were wanting to come in is an absolute fraudulent statement. You know how I know that's not the case? Because on Wednesday, July 26th, his last start before the trade, Lance Lynn gave up 7 earned runs in 4 2/3. The start before that, and this is when you can always stop these knuckleheads that sit there and try and tell you, well, look with Lance Lynn, you really want to bring in Lance Lynn? Look how that turned off. They're going off of Lance Lynn's bubblegum card from 3-4 years ago. Lance Lynn has not been Lance Lynn in a long time. The second start, going backwards from the trade deadline, he went 6 2/3, 6 earned runs against the Twins. Not a very potent offense. The start before that, he was in Atlanta. Went 5 1/3, gave up 4 earned runs, 2 home runs. There's no way on God's green earth that the Atlanta Braves fan base was pointing to Lance Lynn to save the day. And when I see those comments from the writers, that just tells me they're out of touch with the rest of baseball. They may follow the Braves, and they may know quite a bit about the Braves. And because they're back there and they're beat writers and they're giving the tongue bass to Brian Snicker and telling him how damn good he is at his job, they're just playing PR at that point. But to sit there and point and say Lance Lynn was the guy that guys and gals in Braves country wanted is absurd. Well, because he had one good start against Toronto in early July. Just before that, in late June, he'd given up 5 earned runs to the Angels. He was abysmal. He was abysmal. At the trading deadline, when the trade was made, Lance Lynn had an ERA in the month of July of 6.47. 6.47 was his ERA at the trade deadline. You're trying to tell me that the Atlanta Braves fan base wanted that? Come on. You might have the right, you might be in the neighborhood of the right franchise, but that wasn't the guy. Everyone wanted Dylan Cease. They wanted the Braves to push in, go all in, and go get Dylan Cease. And that might have been pie in the sky thinking, but that's what the Braves fans wanted. They didn't want Lance Lynn. They didn't want Kepik, not Kepik. Actually, Kepik wouldn't have been bad coming out of the bullpen. But Lorenzen is who I was thinking of. Michael Lorenzen, who's now just throwing scrub pitches in the back of the Philly bullpen. That's the other one that I saw quoted quite a bit. Oh, well, you want Lorenzen? Yeah, he threw the no-hitter, but he hasn't been very good since then. No one thought Lorenzen was any good. And let's not make it out like the Dodgers and the Phillies backed the truck up with the different prospects to get those two guys. Nah, they just threw something at the wall and hoped it would stick. Those guys literally were there to eat innings. What the Dodgers were expecting is that one of these 3 starts was going to be thrown by Urias. And remember, he got popped, but he got popped after the trading deadline. That whole thing went down it was right after the trading deadline. And I've said all along that the Dodgers weren't going all in to win this one anyways. They're in a division that they thoroughly dominate during the regular season. But then you look at the Dodgers pitching staff this year, you've got a broken down Kershaw. Bobby Miller's the kid. He's just, he's learning on the job, so to speak. You can't kill Bobby Miller for how he pitched. They did not go all in. They're backing the truck up this winter to go get Shohei Ohtani. This was, you hate to say it if you're a Dodger fan, but this was a bit of a throwaway year. This was, let's see what we can do with what we got, but we're not going to spend a lot of resources. There's a reason why they let Trey Turner walk. There's a reason why, even though it was rumored, they never were really in on the Dansby Swanson situation. Because they're using their resources to land the biggest fish. We've talked about it several times, and even with the injury, I would be shocked if Shohei Ohtani's not a Los Angeles Dodger. They are going to give him what he wants. He'll come in, he'll DH next year. And then the following year, maybe. It may be a little bit longer than that, but by the following year, somewhere in that neighborhood, towards the end of the season, they hope to have him as a pitcher. But the biggest thing the Dodgers are looking at, man, that's dollars make sense because the Dodgers are going to spend money to make money. When the Los Angeles Dodgers, a very storied franchise, though they haven't won a true World Series in, 35 years now, but nonetheless, they're still the Dodgers. It still means something. When they go out and sign Shohei Ohtani, it's not just the Japanese that are going to want to buy all his jerseys. It's not just quite a bit of Asia that's going to want to buy all his jerseys because they're going to want the new, hip, in-style Shohei Ohtani Dodger jersey, right? It's every Dodger fan in America, regardless of where their ancestry is from. They're going to want the Shohei Ohtani jersey. It's just like if you sign with the Braves, hell, you think I wouldn't want a Shohei Ohtani jersey? Absolutely. So they're going to make buckets of money off of that alone. Not to mention the fact they go up for renewal soon on their television rights. You think that's not going to have a huge factor? Man, I'll tell you what, we back the truck up. We make Shohei Ohtani the richest athlete in the history of sports. That's going to jump off the page. People are going to know about it. People are going to see it worldwide. And that's going to add to, this is why we have to charge you X amount of money to carry the Dodgers. And this is why when you do carry the Dodgers, this is why you're going to be able to go to Coca-Cola. You're going to be able to go to Pepsi. You're going to be able to go to whoever. RC Cola. You're going to be able to go whoever that wants to advertise in your stadium and on your stations and say, you're paying top price. I would just be absolutely floored if he's not a Dodger. We'll get more into this in the offseason, but I'm going to hedge it a little bit and say the Giants are going to be big players. I just don't think they have the chance to give him the glitz and glamour of Los Angeles and being a Dodger. I'd be shocked. Aaron Judge, they weren't able to land Aaron Judge in San Francisco, even though they were offering him $300 million, and he was essentially going home because he wanted the glitz and glamour of being a Yankee. So it'll be interesting to see where Shohei lands. He's not going to be an Angel. I'd be shocked if he's an Angel. The only way he's an Angel is if he signs like a 1-year ridiculous deal to stay home because he wants to see what the market will be the following year. But I don't think he has to do that. I really don't. He's going to be the number one fish. It doesn't matter that he can't pitch for a year. He's still going to be able to hit and at a high rate. Before he got hurt, him and Matt Olson were neck and neck for the home run race. The Dodgers, man, it's bad enough you don't get out of the first round. It's a different story. You get swept. They got swept by the Diamondbacks. They didn't get swept by the Braves. They didn't get swept by the Phillies. They got swept by the Diamondbacks, which is a young team, a good team, but they don't have the cachet. They don't have the roster that the Dodgers realistically have. Just got outplayed. By the way, the NLCS, if you haven't paid attention to it, it begins on Monday. So whether the Braves are in it or not, the Diamondbacks are going to be on the road in the NLCS, which begins Monday. The ALCS begins Sunday night. Astros Rangers. That's going to be a lot of fun. And we are going to carry one of the league championship series. Obviously, if the Braves go through and win, we're carrying the Braves. If they do not win, that's up in the air. Got to look at a lot of different factors, but we're going to carry one of the league championship series. Just haven't logged into. Realistically, the one with the most cachet, if the Braves aren't in it, is Rangers Astros. That's a lot of fun. State of Texas doing battle. That's where we're leaning, but we got to see some factors as far as what time game times are going to be, et cetera, because you got to figure you're going to end up with, if it's Diamondbacks Phillies, you're going to get some really bad start times. Is what it really comes down to. There won't be as much national interest as Rangers Astros. Rangers Astros has a lot more cachet than Phillies versus Diamondbacks. But if the Braves come back and win, obviously we'll be doing the Braves. And I do think the Braves are going to win. I think the Braves are going to come in tonight. I will be very, very shocked and more so disappointed if I don't see an elite performance by Spencer Strider. And I'm no longer going to sit here and call for the Braves offense their due. They got to come out of it. No, they need to step up and prove who the hell they are. Because if they get it back to Atlanta, we're going to be decided favorites, even with Wheeler on the mound Saturday night. But back to the rest of the league real quick. You might have missed this as well. The Astros held on to beat the Twins. Pretty competitive series. Astros just ended up winning the series 3-1, but they weren't the blowouts that the Dodgers and Diamondbacks were. They weren't. Still, the best game of the entire series was the one where Bryce Harper had the base running mistake. And it's a little concerning if you're Major League Baseball that your top seeds continue to get knocked out and you can't tell me it's an accident. These long layoffs affect the teams. And this is not, the Braves aren't playing well, so let's pile on. No. When this first came out, those of us who follow the game and know the game, we all hated the new format. It's terrible. Because once again, they continue to reward the teams that play every day. I still say that you've got to find a way to get the playoffs rolling by that Friday. I don't even love the 4 days off, but if you're going to do it this way, you got to get it rolling by Friday. And if that means you eliminate a travel day, or if that means you do a double header of sorts, they're just doing it logically and what's being, what's comfortable for them, of the day off after the end of the season, 3 consecutive games in the middle of the week, a day off after that, and let's head on. Meanwhile, the teams with the best records, the best teams in baseball, aren't being showcased because they have this long layoff. And you can't take anything away from the teams that are winning. It's more so pointing at the fact that it is a failed concept by Major League Baseball, because you want the best teams in there. You think Major League Baseball wants a possibility of Phillies, Diamondbacks? Hell no, they want Braves, Dodgers. They absolutely want a Braves, Dodgers. They're not terribly disappointed with Astros, Rangers. Those are 2 of the better teams in the American League. Astros, though we all know the cheating scandal, they do have the winning pedigree of the last several years. Which is such a weird thing to say now, right? Because if you grew up watching baseball, it was it was a poverty franchise that never did anything. Hey, but goes to show you, you go out and buy some new trash cans, anything can happen. You get Astros, Rangers on the American League side. I don't think they're terribly upset with that, because it could have been worse. I mean, you think about, what if the better teams, or 2 of the better teams, would have won through? What if it was Tampa Bay, Minnesota? That would have about as much cachet as Philadelphia versus Arizona. And in a nightmare scenario for Major League Baseball, they could end up with the Diamondbacks. I guess playing the Rangers would be their worst case scenario, because if you have the Astros in there, you're still talking about a defending champion trying to repeat. And so there is some interest in that. But even if you get Phillies again, rematch, I don't know. It's not much of a, doesn't have the same kind of oomph to it because the Phillies have been perennial losers for years. They've got 2 World Series championships in 140 years. Yeah, they were in it last year, but they lost. It's not like it would have a lot more bite to it had Philly won and the Astros are going back to try to take the crown, right? So Phillies Astros is going to fall flat when you talk about ratings. Okay, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to dive into some other things going on. And, hey, you got Thursday Night Football tonight as well. And it is a key game because there are some rumors flying out of Denver. We'll be back in a flash. Hey, Braves fans. Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Welcome back. Braves Phillies tonight. Make sure you're finding us on YouTube today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Braves Country Radio. We're going to be carrying the game pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. And once again, if you can jump into YouTube and join the chat, you'll probably enjoy that as well. A lot of folks going back and forth, and we watch together as our hashtag as one ATL, right? Man, that is, I'll tell you what, these new hashtags just haven't worked. I mean, can we just go back to Adel? I mean, that one worked. Can we just rinse and repeat that? Pre-game show coming your way, 7 o'clock tonight. First pitch, 8:07. And we get going here, Braves Country Baseball. It's a little weird, a little strange that they went to 8 o'clock, 8:07 first pitch. Talked about this a little earlier, but really, you think about it, it was 6:07. They wait till after that game last night to announce that it goes, and that game went late. So we're talking about making this decision around 1 o'clock in the morning, that we're going to have a game 4 in Philadelphia now at 8 o'clock, not at 6 o'clock. What that does more than anything else is, what if you were taking your kid to the game? And now instead of getting home at a reasonable hour, you got to figure after you fight traffic in that dumpster fire they call the city of Philadelphia, you're going to get home what? Best case scenario? I'm talking about best case scenario. If the game started at 6, you might get home at 11. That's a lot of best case scenario. You're talking about if you stay to the end of the game, walking out to the parking lot, fighting traffic, getting home. Now you're talking about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So anything you had planned to do Friday morning is kind of out the window. You're either going to have to call out from work, call out from school, whatever, or you're going to have to say, let me get on StubHub and see if I can sell these. Let me get on SeatGeek or whatever the new hip one is nowadays. That's the big picture for anyone going to the game. The ones who were sitting at home to watch it. What about the family that was planning on watching the game together with their young kids and wanted them to see playoff baseball? And as instead of these great start times that we were getting at 6 o'clock, no, they spit the bit. They're going to do it at 8 o'clock. So your best case scenario now, if you're sitting at home, is getting your kid tucked in into bed and asleep by midnight-ish. And that's if we get a tidy game. Last night's game was a blowout, and it still took 3.5 hours because these long commercial breaks that they're doing. And this is all generated by TBS, FS1, Fox, ESPN in the first round. I'm not picking one on any of them in particular. What I'm saying is when you do these games during the regular season, they are all 2 minutes, and I mean it is a clean 2 minutes in between innings. Clean. Now it's about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. If there's a pitching change, closer to about 2.5 minutes. But you're still getting, you're talking about adding. That was ridiculous last night. That game started at 6:07 and it lasted till about 9:30, and it wasn't even a competitive ball game. And so what you've done to the family that wants to consume the game, and baseball's always been that family game, right? Despite the trolls on Twitter and whatnot, baseball is a family game. It's a game that you consume with your family, you watch with your family. And one of the great things about baseball for years is that the playoffs took place during the daytime. Then they started with the playoff. I think the first World Series, we just had the turn back time the other day. The first World Series was played at night in 1971, I believe it was. I knew the Pirates were involved. I think it was 71. It was either 70 or 71. The first one that was actually played was 1949, but that was the first one that was actually scheduled to be played at night. 1949, there was a game in Ebbets Field that took longer than expected, and it was getting dark, so they turned on the artificial lights. But the first game that was scheduled at nighttime was in the 70s. Still, even then, when I was growing up, World Series baseball, playoff baseball, you typically only got night games if the games were played during the week. During the weekends, the Saturdays, Sundays, and whatnot, they played those games during the daytime. And now you got them pushing it back to 8 o'clock. What the hell is the point when you've got a football game kicking off at 8? I think it's 8:15 tonight in the NFL. So you're pushing it back to literally go head to head with the NFL. And you know, 8:15. You know NFL is king when it comes to ratings. And it's the Kansas City Chiefs. The Swifties are going to be watching. What are we doing? I can live with 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock would have made sense. You kind of meet it halfway, and you would get about 4 or 5 innings of the game in before the football game starts. So a typical sports fan, and I'm not typical, I consume it all. I've got several televisions, screens going at once when there are games going on. But you really only lock into one. You only put the volume on one, which means your advertising dollars only really go to one. And if I was off and not doing the game tonight, and let's say it was Dodgers Diamondbacks and they started at 8 o'clock, Broncos Chiefs, and I'm not a fan of any of these teams, I'd be on the fence. I'd probably start with the baseball game-ish, but if the Broncos Chiefs game started getting interesting, I would probably turn the volume on that and go back and forth. But if the game started at 7 o'clock, I would be locked into the baseball game, and I would look at it as this game will end. I'll be able to check out the football game about halftime. It works out perfectly. Instead, they're going neck and neck. It makes zero sense. Whoever's making these decisions, Major League Baseball front office, I don't know if this is Manfred. This has got to be the marketing team. I don't know who if it's a collab. I'm sure it's some form of a collaboration. They're doing an awful job. Awful job. You want the kids to watch along with the adults, but you want the kids to watch because they are going to be your future fans down the road. 50 years from now, I'm going to be dead. I won't be watching any of this. But the kid growing up who got to watch the game, whether he's a Philly fan, a Braves fan, or just a baseball fan that he turns into, who knows? When you're 6, 7 years old, 10 years old, sometimes you don't know who your team is going to be. Sometimes something happens. We got the kid that comes on our Armchair Quarterback Show on Saturday mornings, and he talks about the reason why he's an Arizona Cardinal fan is because he was a kid. He was drawn to them because he liked playing the video game with the Arizona Cardinals and Larry Fitzgerald, that main hit. And that's an oddity. That's a weird reason to watch a football team. But things happen when you're a young kid to say, you know what, this is my team. And usually by the time you're a teenager, it gets ingrained to you and you run with it. Now we get the weird fans out there. I think we had one in the chat last night. Well, I'm a Phillies fan and an Astros fan. Now, you're a fraud is what you are. You're a fraud, okay? You're a fraud fan. Nobody cares about your opinion. Shut it. We get the, you'll get the basketball fan. Well, I liked Cleveland, but now I like the Lakers. Before that, I liked Miami. Hey, you're just jumping to wherever LeBron goes. That's not a fan of a team. Most fans that actually consume the game and watch the game, and I'm talking about from April to October, not the ones that just randomly show up in the playoffs. They are a fan of their team, and you're going to have them watching games for the rest of their lives. And they're going to pick a team, whoever it is. There's probably a kid right now somewhere that really likes what the young Arizona Diamondback team is doing. And they're like, you know what? I don't want to pull for these old heads. I don't want to pull for the Phillies. I don't want to pull for the Astros. I like this young this young hip team, the one that's exciting to watch. Let me pull for them. But you're losing that opportunity because the parents are going to make the decision on what's on the main TV. You start a football game and a baseball game at the same time, you're losing that opportunity. You start the baseball game off early. They're going to go, let's watch this, and then we'll get into the other. Anyways, that's my diatribe on that. It drives me nuts that they continuously pick the wrong times to put these games on. And it's not just baseball. You see it in football all the time. You see it. What was the example in college football this weekend where Oregon and Washington, undefeated, 2 top 10 teams, are squaring off Saturday? Man, that's got to be the ABC game of the week. Let's go. Let's get it. No, it's 3:30 Eastern, 12:30 local time. We're getting the ridiculously fraud franchise of the Miami Hurricanes playing the North Carolina Tar Heels Saturday night. Who's watching that crap over 2 undefeated teams? North Carolina's having a solid year, don't get me wrong. We just saw Miami fold. What the hell is going on? Broncos Chiefs tonight. By the way, this is an interesting game. There are rumors flying that the Broncos are about to absolutely sell off. We saw the trade they made last week with the San Francisco 49ers. And some of that had to do with the fact that they really liked the way that their young edge rusher is playing. They wanted to make room for him, and they wanted him to grow. And plus, it doesn't hurt to get extra draft picks when you know you're not going anywhere. But there are rumors flying around Denver, out of Denver, that they are about to make some big-time trades. Denver is 1-4. They're going into Kansas City. They're a 2-touchdown underdog. Most likely going to start off 1-5, and Kansas City will be 5-1. The trade deadline is right around the corner. It's going to be interesting to see after this game more than anything else. Also, think about this. If you think you're about to trade somebody, are you playing them tonight? They're going to be a healthy scratch. So I really feel like that if you're now, look, I get it that the Chiefs are coming in a little banged up, and there's a good chance that they're going to be without some of their biggest weapons. But even with that being said, I'm sorry, it's a 10.5 point favorite now. It was 13, but now it's 10.5. It's moved down. I think this is a sucker bet. If you are taking the Broncos and thinking that they're going to hang around with the Chiefs in Kansas City, where is the offense going to come from to be able to hang punch for punch, blow for blow with the Chiefs? If you haven't figured it out already, the Chiefs have been getting every call. And I mean every call. So you're not going into Kansas City beating the Chiefs and the referees. Not with Russell Wilson, you're not. That game, to me, honestly, now realize I'll be locked into the baseball game. Normally I have the football game playing in the background to keep an eye on it, not just for the show, but also to relay the score to the listeners on Braves Country Radio. I don't even know if I'll do that tonight. I don't care about. I could really care less about this game. I don't even have any fantasy shares in this game. I don't believe it. If I do, I'm probably benching them. I think I've got one of the running backs for Denver, but I don't even see starting him. Denver gets down 21-0. Are they running the ball? We do have some interesting games in the NFL coming up. But tonight's not one of them. Ravens-Titans, one of my favorite ones this weekend. Ravens are a 4-point favorite. And it's the London game, or as they're calling it, the International Series. So they're playing at least one game in Germany this year. Tennessee getting 4 points. The Ravens are the better team, but you're going overseas. Ravens are coming off a very physical game against the Steelers. They always play poorly when they come out of that game. And they may very well win it, but there's no way I would give up the 4 points. Falcons, Commanders. I like Atlanta a lot this weekend. 3 points. Or it's actually now 2.5. 2.5 points. Falcons are favorite. I would lay that 2.5 all day long. I'd probably go money line because it probably just makes a lot more sense. Because you hate getting clipped like last week where the Falcons won by 2 points. They won 21-19. They do that again. You're going to be ticked off that things didn't work out for you. So I would probably go money line instead. But I do believe that the Falcons are going to get a big win. And if they do, they're going to go in. Let's see. What is money line's minus 135. That's really not a bad money line considering the fact they're 2.5 point spreads. I'll give you an example. The money line for a 3 point spread on two of them is minus 150. So 2.5 is minus 135. And to me, there's more value in that because you are going to get a much better return. Here's an exact example of why I say that's kind of a low money line. The Raiders are a 2.5 point favorite at home, just like the Falcons. If you take them on the money line, it's minus 145. So that's one of my favorite bets of the weekend is the Falcons. I believe in that defense. I know the offense is still trying to find its way, but I really believe in that defense. I think they're going to play well, and I think they're going to shut down a Washington team that it just hasn't been very dynamic. Another game that it's got a lot of interest. If you look at the big picture, Seattle at the Cincinnati Bengals. Bengals really need to get this win. They are a 2.5 point favorite at home. And the Bengals are facing a Seattle team that is coming off a bye. So they're between 2.5 and 3. There's one site that's showing it 3. So obviously there's some money coming in on the Bengals. I don't have a strong play on this one. It's one of my games that I really want to watch. I want to see can Seattle go into Cincinnati and beat the Bengals. Normally East Coast, West Coast, I always go with the East Coast because on an early kickoff, but when you're coming off a bye week, it's a little different. So I usually caution to the win there. Same situation with the 49ers coming off the big win. They're a 7-point favorite. They look like the best team in football going into Cleveland. Cleveland's coming off a bye. They have a physical front. The weather looks like it's going to be a little hairy. Looks like you're going to get some rain, some wind. Looks like it's going to be in the 50s. If it goes up just a little bit, I'm going to grab the Browns at home. All right, that's going to about do it for us on today. 7 o'clock, rolling to you on Braves Country Radio. Make sure to jump on over and catch the pregame show, Braves Country Today, coming your way. And then pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Let's get the W, Braves. God dog it. Come on, Spencer Strider Day? Are you kidding me? We'll see you on Football Friday. Have a good one, Braves Country. Go Braves! Go Braves! Go your Atlanta Braves!
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports. Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Nash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
The first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
Come here now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Hey Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Bear with me trying to get everything set up here as we are going on the PSF app once again. So if you want to jump in that, you'll be able to see the broadcast. We will do the pregame show right here on YouTube, and we will do the play-by-play on YouTube. But I have to turn the camera off because the lights that I turn on kind of mess up the whole YouTube feed. But you can see it on the PSF app if you want to download that. We are on that tonight. Okay. And if you're not going to grab it, if you're going to watch it on YouTube tonight, still go ahead and download it and follow us. We'll be doing some stuff all through the off season and heading into going to do a lot more stuff on the PSF app going forward into the 2024 season. All right, let's get into this. We got Braves. We've got Phillies. We've got, watch out. Here we go. It is an elimination game. Look, I am sure just like a lot of y'all tonight, this morning, last night, borderline, the jitters, the nerves, the whole 9 yards. And I'm right there with you. I've got a good feeling about it, and I didn't have a good feeling about it when I went to bed last night. It felt like the world was crashing in. But then again, I had to remind myself that going into Game 3, I didn't expect us to win Game 3. I expected us to win Game 4. Going into the series, Game 3 was the one we were most worried about, and for good reason. And they can say whatever they want. They can try to clean it up all they want. Brian Snitker did a terrible job last night. He is a great players coach. He is a bad game manager. He just is. We've seen this over and over and over again. So even with all that being said, I still think the Braves are too talented not to do it tonight. I think Spencer Strider's going to go out there and blow the doors. Look, you know what we need more than else tonight? We need dogs. We need dogs in that locker room. And I'm looking specifically at our starting pitcher tonight, Spencer Strider. I'm looking at Ronald Acuna Jr. Guys with that, let's go get him mentality. Even a Marcell Ozuna. We need Orlando Arcia to cram it up their A gap and get fired up for this game. We don't need them going in there passive. They're a better team. They had the better team last night because our starting pitcher sucks. No one wants to hear that about Bryce Elder, but he has not been. What you saw last night of Bryce Elder is what Bryce Elder has been doing since July. And we talked about it on yesterday's pregame show. And it continues to be the case. July. And yet they still went with him. And we talked about in the pregame show that if you go with him, buddy of mine actually texted me after the game and said, yep, it's like you said, you get through the lineup the first time, then get him the hell out of there. But that's not what they did. If you heard I didn't recording the post-game stuff because I wanted to just jam the microphone right up freaking Snicker's nostril when he's like, well, I thought he'd get through 5 innings and then You got to be prepared. You got to be prepared. When Castellanos hit that first home run, that hanger, you got to get someone up right then. You have to have someone ready to face Bryce Harper, probably Brad Hand at that stage. I know Hand gave up a home run later in the game, but Hand actually came out originally and pitched okay. But you got to get him the hell out of the game. You're going to see it tonight. The Braves start tagging Ranger Suarez. Rob Thompson, just like in game 1, he's going to go get him. And for good reason. He knows Ranger Suarez is a guy that is best first time through the lineup. Second time through the lineup, it's going to get dicey. And for him for Snitker to say, well, thought he'd get through 5. It's just, and it's so funny to see some of these folks on the different social media outlets that I saw yesterday pounding the table about Bryce Elder gives us the best chance. He gives us the best chance. In what universe does he give you the best chance? It's not like he just showed up and stunk it up. Bryce Elder has been terrible for months. Yeah, he's had a few good starts, but all in all, you can't argue about the fact that his ERA from July until September is over 5. And then what he did last night, you cannot give up 6 runs in what was it, the third inning, and expect to be in that ball game. Postseason baseball is won and lost in the pitching. Yeah, timely hitting comes through, but you got to have pitchers that are going to keep you in there. Now, the Braves offense have got to wake up. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. The Braves offense needs to wake up, and they need to do what they've been doing all year long. The Ranger Suarez has pitched well against the Braves. The Braves have pounded left-handed pitching. They're one of the top OPS plus in all of Major League Baseball for the entire season against left-handed pitching. It's one of the reasons why Thompson went out there and grabbed him as quick as he did. And the Philly fans were like, oh, he pulled him too quick, blah, blah, blah. Well, it worked out for him. It's time for these guys, as they say, earn their paycheck. You got a left-handed pitcher. It'd be a good time for Orlando Arcia to shut up Bryce Harper. It'd be a good time for one of these guys that have helped the Braves hit 307 home runs who have been quiet. Be a good time for Olsen to rake one over the fence. It'd be a good time for Acuna. We haven't had a 3-for-5 home run Acuna bomb night yet. This is a game Acuna can take over. And this is what it's about. This is October. It's supposed to be where the cream rises to the top. And that's what I think, and that's what I'm predicting to happen tonight. I think the Braves are going to get in there. They're going to force a Game 5. And that Game 5 is going to be all hands on deck on both sides. But tonight, the Braves will be treating this like a Game 7. There is no tomorrow if you lose. So if Strider does go out there and struggle in the beginning, and we know he's been known to do it from time to time, it's going to be really hard for Snicker to go with them and say, well, let him settle down. Because if the Braves bats aren't rocking, they can take a lot of pressure off of Spencer Strider and the rest if the Braves go out there and start scoring. Where is that team that scored the most runs in Major League Baseball in the first inning? And let's get a crooked number up there early. Let's get 2, 3, 4 runs in an inning and start putting the pressure on Philly, because Philly doesn't want to go back to Atlanta. They know they're not going to win a Game 5 in Atlanta. They know Zach Wheeler's not pitching like he did in Game 2. And they know Max Fried is not pitching like he did in Game 2. Braves are going to have the decided advantage if we get to a Game 5, and they do not want to go back. Trust me on that. They can say whatever they want, but in the clubhouse, when it's quiet and they're talking, they do not want to go to Atlanta. And you think there's some funny signs? It was last night and tonight. I'm sure there'll be in the bank. Oh, let's get it back to Hotlanta, GA. Let's get it to the Chop House. Let's get it to the Battery. And let's get that place rocking. Looks like the Phillies are wearing their throwback unis. They're at least wearing their warm-up throwback unis. And it looks like they're wearing their powder blue pants. I don't know if they'll be wearing the powder blue jerseys or what I would say that's probably what they're doing. Damn it. Because those are some of my favorite jerseys in all of sports. I want to go all in on the hate of the Phillies. I don't want to see them wear the powder blues. By the way, the Braves need to bring back. How long do we have to wait for the Braves to start wearing the 1980s Dale Murphy light blue jerseys again? How long is that going to take? See what we got. Some of the comments here in the YouTube chat. Let me see what we got here. We go back a little bit. See if there's anything of recent. If y'all got anything that you want us to talk about, fire it into the YouTube chat. I'm keeping an eye on the PSF chat as well. See. Gilbert says they should have left the game at the same time. Too many sports on today. Yeah, see, it just drives me nuts. they moved it to 8 o'clock. We talked about that in the first hour, and it was 6:07 goes to 8:07. I'm not going to go back through that whole thing again. But long story short, I could have lived with 7 o'clock. If you say, hey, we want people from the East Coast to have a chance to get home, I get that. But 8 o'clock? Just absolute terrible job by Major League Baseball. Arthur says, I'm mad about the arrogance coming from the Phillies fan. Yeah, it is funny. You would think the Philadelphia Phillies are a franchise of great accomplishments over the years. I mean, you would think that they are just a dynasty, a juggernaut. We've brought this up several times. They've got 2 World Series championships, and they've been playing for 140 years. They have 8 pennants. They've been playing for 140 years. The Atlanta Braves have won the equivalent of the World Championship. They've won 4 World Series, but before the World Series, they won what was considered the World Championship before they created the name World Series. A total between that and the World Series, they've won them 16 times. And they've only been playing, about 15, 16 years longer than the Phillies? Braves have 22 pennants. 22! Now 23 divisions. And I want to say Phillies got, it's not many. It's only a handful of divisions. And they've been playing 140 years. That is crazy. And they don't double up. If you're wondering if the division and the championship, no, they don't double up, because until 1969 there were no divisions. So from 1969, for the last 54 years, the Braves have won 23 division titles. And for them to talk like that, they are just like this incredible franchise. I mean, you would think that they were. I mean, honestly, they're more like the Mets than they are anything else. They've got a couple of championships, just like the Mets. I guess the Mets are a little better long-term because the Mets didn't start playing until 1962. So in theory, the Mets are actually much more accomplished. But you would think that we were about to face Lombardi's Packers or the New York Yankees. I mean, it doesn't stop. These Philly fans are delusional. I guess that's what happens when you suck at college football, right? Looking at the lineups today, it's pretty much rinse and repeat. On the Philly side, it's exact same lineup. It's Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Bohm, Stott, JT, Castellanos, Marsh, and Rojas. Nothing changes. Righty versus lefty. That's their lineup versus right-handers typically. They were putting Pache in the beginning, but I didn't understand that at all because Pache is an absolute disaster at the plate, and Marsh gives you much better at-bats. The Braves are going with, it's a little different, but it's essentially the same. Nothing jumping off the board. They're going up against a left-hander, so that's why it's a little different. But realistically, we've seen this lineup quite a bit. It's Acuna, Ozzie, Riley, Olsen, Ozuna, and then it's Murphy behind the plate tonight, hitting number 6. I don't know if I love that because he struggled so much, but I get it. That's where they've been putting the catcher. And you just hope that Murphy eventually starts waking the hell up. I mean, he was so good at the beginning of the season. It's like Elder. It's like, what happened, buddy? Kevin Pillar is hitting 7th. I don't know if I love that. Arcia's hitting 8th. And Harris is hitting 9th. And of course, facing the left-hander, you want to put Harris as far down as you can because he just does not hit lefties well. And Philadelphia is going to work it where that's probably all he's going to face tonight. They've got enough lefties in their pen where they are going to make it where they know that Harris does not hit lefties well at all. And they're going to make sure that that's what he faces. So when you do that, you really do need to, I get why they put Arcia where they put him and Pilar where they put him. In theory, I wouldn't have minded seeing Pilar hitting 8th, because then you've got speed, and more speed when you would go Pilar to Harris to Acuna back to the top of the order to Ozzie. But when they go to make a pitching change and they take a righty out, put a righty in, you know we're going to go to Rosario. And then later on when they go to put a lefty in, that could be a big blow if you have Rosario and Harris hitting back-to-back in the lineup. So all in all, this lineup makes a lot of sense. David Rackley is behind home plate. We've seen him before. David Rackley, we'll get more into it as it goes on. But David Rackley, we should see a better called game than what we've seen in some of these. I think the best umpire on this crew is actually going to call Game 5 if it gets there. Chris Guccione, we've seen him a few times, and he's actually been pretty impressive to the point where you almost forget that there's an umpire back there. Rackley, we've seen him call some great games. We've seen him call some iffy games. So it'll really just depend on how he's setting up back there. I don't think any of these guys intentionally go out to call a terrible game. It's just some of them are really good at setting up and making sure that they see the strike zone well. And some of them don't, like Brian Onora. And for that matter, Ben May. I love the positivity in the chat. You know, Joe's saying there will be a Game 5. And John Harper is a ringless player, and then AY added in there and classless. You gotta love that. What if the Braves get at least 2-run lead? How loud will the Phillies be? I will say one thing for the Philly fans in the bank, especially in the playoffs, not so much in the regular season. They are a dedicated fan base. And the Braves fans in Truist Park could take some notes, because they get to attention and start waving their terrible towels, their rally flags, whatever you want to call them. Every time someone has 2 strikes on them, every time there's a big at bat. And instead, what we saw back in Truist, you would see the Braves fans just kind of slowly get up and clap a little bit on third strikes. Later in the game, they're into it. But that's the biggest thing that they've got to change the culture of the Braves fans, is that every single damn out matters in Major League Baseball playoffs. I mean, every single one. And I think it gets lost. We used to see this a lot in the 90s when the Braves were making their runs. And look, everyone got mad at David Justice, but David Justice was speaking facts. He was basically saying, we need our crowd to get into it. I think the crowd today is better than the one that was at Turner Field. Don't get me wrong. Or I guess that was actually the launching pad, Fulton County. And that wasn't all the Braves fans' fault back then, because Fulton County, they were so far back from the field, because it also seconded as the Falcons football field, that it was really hard to get that place rocking. They went to Turner Field, it got a little better, but you just see the complacency. But we'll cross that bridge hopefully Saturday and talk about it. Tonight, The Braves have to stay focused. They have to stay on top of them. But if they start putting runs on the board and they start chipping away and you get into that Philly bullpen, and yeah, they've had some good moments, but look, we've also gotten to the Philly bullpen. The Braves can go out there and bang with the best of them. Nola was spinning it well last night. You got to tip your cap to him. I was hoping that we would get the Aaron Nola you've seen the majority of this year, but he has pitched better at Philadelphia. So you got to tip your cap to Nola. He pitched well, and Bryce Elder was a disaster. And more so than I'm even getting on to Bryce Elder, our coaching staff was a disaster because they sat on their damn hands, and we see it all the time. They sit on their hands, get up, move around, get the phone, da-da-da-da-da. The whole time the game's unfolding. Man, do I miss Leo Mazzoni. He's rocking the whole time going, looking over at Bobby. You watching this? Bobby goes, yeah, I'm watching this. About to go out there and cuss out the umpire. You damn right I'm watching this. We need that fire tonight. We need someone on that team. I think Strider's the guy, but we need someone to show up tonight and raise $300 worth of hell every time they do anything. The classless throat slashing, I don't want to get into that. That's just it just shows you what kind of low rent person that Bryce Harper is. But he's a hell of a player. But I'm talking about getting the team fired up, doing their celebrations. You don't have to do a celebration as classless as that throat slashing thing. And the other one they do is, I mean, as far as kids watching, I mean, I don't know what to tell you other than it's just absolutely junk. But they got to wipe the plate clean from last night and get ready for tonight, because there's got to be a fight. There's got to be a scrappiness about the Atlanta Braves tonight that we didn't really see. They've been passive. And that's not the team that won the 2021 World Series. And I never would have thought that maybe Dansby I can buy a little bit, but Freddie was as passive as they come. But maybe there's not enough dog in that clubhouse in general. Maybe we're missing guys with those big personalities, like the Tyler Matzik, who's there, but he's not playing, like the Will Smith, Luke Jackson. Those were all big personalities. Minter was there, but Minter always kind of followed along. He's always been kind of the quiet one. Someone's got to go out there and say, let's do it. Let's get it. Let's get into the game, and let's punch him in the mouth. And you've got the opportunity because we go to bat first. And that's the one advantage to playing on the road, is that you start the game with your offense on the field. But what I don't want to see, unless he's sitting dead red and it's a perfect pitch, I don't want to see Acuna have a weak grounder to third on the first damn pitch of the game, like we have seen time after time after time. When he goes up there and starts the game and is giving good at bats, eating pitches, getting ready, Ronald Acuna Jr. is the spark plug that the Braves could get going. We're going to have Ozzie from the right side of the plate. By the way, the one thing we do know, they learned their damn lesson from that goofy-ass analytical lineup that they threw out there in game one, because this is the same pitcher. That's not the lineup we're seeing. This is closer to what we saw all year long. All right, let's take a quick break. We come back. We're going to get into some of the matchups, who we think needs to get going and who they can get going against, including that Philly bullpen, and how the Braves may bridge this game to get to a victory and get back to Game 5 in Atlanta. And of course, pick to click, and we're going to come in with the predictions, pick to click. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Today, your pregame show for Braves Country Radio. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Popped up. Sandoval in foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Jose Bautista was one of the most electrifying players of all time and has possibly the best bat flip of all time. In 2004, Bautista was struggling at the plate and was subsequently moved around a lot. He started the year with the Orioles, but was traded to the Rays, the Royals, the Mets, and lastly, the Pirates. This made Bautista the first player in baseball history to be on 5 different teams in one season.
John McGraw may have championed the old brawling brand of baseball, but his greatest star was Christy Mathewson, a pitcher with a record for clean play so spotless that his wife once felt she had to defend him by saying that while he was a good man, he was no goody-goody.
Christy Mathewson was so virtuous, he would not give interviews to sports writers who he heard cheated on their wives.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Hey Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Coach, how are you, sir?
Well, Pee Wee, I've been wanting to talk to you all week, man. I mean, we got to firm up the pocket. We're setting too soft. We're getting pushed back in the middle. All right, everybody thinks we can't hold up against the blitz, but they're sacking us with 4-man rush, 1 3-man rush. Only 1 sack came off of a pressure, so I wanted to ask you what the hell's going on.
Welcome back, and we are just about a half hour away from the beginning of the end of the Phillies, as we're going to take game 4, by God. Spencer Strider's going to go out there and throw. Here's my prediction for Spencer Strider. I would just be surprised if he did not go out there and pitch a gem. I just would. I'm going to be a little nervous when we see him take the mound in the first inning, and a little bit less nervous in the second, and a lot less nervous if he gets through the third. Because as long as he's not overhyped and not focused and pitching Spencer Strider baseball, as long as he's staying within himself, Spencer Strider's going to go out there and pitch a gem. Now, I know it's a lot to put on somebody to go out there and say, well, I think he's going to go out there and pitch 7 shutout innings, 12 strikeouts. That's going to hand the ball to probably Minter and then Iglesias, and we're all going to go home, and it's all going to be a Merry Christmas. But I do expect a quality start. I expect 6 innings, maybe even more. I expect 2 runs or less. I really do. Even as good as that Philly offense is, they might have used up too many runs yesterday. Think about that. Baseball's a funny game. Team goes out there and scores 10 runs. It's very rare that they do it back-to-back nights. On that same token, the Braves scored 2 runs. They got shut out in game 1. They had a little thing going there in the latter half of game 2, but this offense has not really banged. They have not really woken up. This is the night to do it. And you look at the way the Braves could build this. Let's say they only get 5 innings out of Strider. Let's say it's a fight. It's a dog fight. How would we build it? Depending on where you're in the lineup. Let's say he's in the 6th inning. Bryce Harper comes up. You don't want him facing Harper that 3rd time. I'd say there's a chance that you're going to get Brad Hand, because the only other left-hander on the roster, right? But don't be surprised if that's the Pierce Johnson spot in the 6th inning. You could go Jimenez, but just don't be surprised. You could go Kirby Yates. I think if they've got it lined up the way they want to do it, they want Minter in the 8th, obviously Iglesias in the 9th, and the 8th could be a combination of Minter. And I'll be honest, depending on where you're at in the lineup, if you're facing a righty, a tough righty, especially a guy like Castellanos who swings at stuff out of the zone all the time, he will chase a breaking ball. That's when I kind of believe you might go Pierce Johnson. If you're further down along in the lineup, see, I don't know if I'm putting Pierce Johnson in a big spot against JT Real Muto, because Real Muto is a much crafted batter. So it depends on where you're at in the lineup, what's going on in the game, and who's on base. But let's say you're somewhere in that middle of the order. You're past Harper, but you got Bone, Stott, Real Muto coming up in the 7th. You know, Joe Jimenez could be brought in with Pierce Johnson warming up. That if things got out of hand, Joe Jimenez faces those first 3, and then you bring Pierce Johnson in to face Castellanos to get out of it. You do it the other way around. Let's say you're building towards the end of the inning and you're talking about, all right, who's going to lead us off in the 7th, and we're at the very bottom of the order. That's when a Joe Jimenez could come into play, because Jimenez is going to blow the doors off of a Rojas, off of a Marsh. Now, they may go to a pinch hitter, but I can only go off of the lineup that they've got out there right now. So a lot of different options. I don't believe you're going to get a situation in which the Atlanta Braves are going to go out there and put some of their front end guys into the game. I really don't. I think it's more likely, especially because this is a Game 7 type. There's not much of a chance that we're going to see guys unless it just gets into a long game. And remember, Shawver pitched a lot of innings yesterday. So that's got a lot to do with why they did that, because they knew the game was out of reach. So they want to have access. Tonkin didn't go that long. Yates will be available. Minter, Pierce Johnson, Joe Jimenez, Iglesias. Hand is literally a left-handed specialist. He's not a guy you're going to go in there to try to shut the door down in the 8th inning, unless something really, you're in a really strange part of the lineup. You're like, we got to hope this works. Daysball Hernandez, the same thing. I don't see Hernandez, and I do like Daysball long-term, but he's really more of a guy you'd have out there if we end up in extra innings and you're trying to induce double plays, that kind of guy. And then outside of that, you look at what Philadelphia is going to be trying to do, because they are truly in a bullpen game. And if you look at the way the Braves offense is set up, we've got righty switch, righty left, righty, 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 left. But you can pull guys off the bench, but we're going to go with what's sitting out there right now. It's very obvious that in a key situation, right-hander comes in to face Pilar. Pilar's not going to see him. It's going to be Rosario, assuming he's available. I think they would like to keep Forrest Wall for a key base running spot. You really don't want to go. I know the other night they used him for pinch hitting. I would prefer that they keep Forrest Wall for that bullet in the chamber in the late innings, and you need a guy to come in and run for like a Marcell Ozuna or whatever, and he is one of the few guys that can steal on JT Realmuto. But you look at the Philadelphia bullpen, they've got Soto, they've got Strom, and they've got Alvarado, the lefties. Now, they do have Christopher Sanchez, but he would really be a mop-up guy. He would be a guy that got into the game because the game got out of hand one way or the other, and they were trying to save the ball. Like, let's say Philly let's say they get blown out of the water like we did last night. They fall behind 8-1, whatever the heck the score is, make it up in your mind, and they're like, we got to eat 4 or 5 innings. That's when you're going to see Christopher Sanchez. Because remember, we pounded Sanchez. Sanchez, I think, has a bright future. I really like everything that Sanchez does, but Sanchez is not a guy that's really ready at this point in his career. But at least Rob Thompson understood that. At least he didn't go snicker and put Bryce Elder and go, I think he'll go 5. I think he'll be fine. Anyways, you look at some of the options that they have coming out of the bullpen. You know, a guy we haven't seen yet, a Taijuan Walker, he could be another one that could be asked to come out and pitch in the middle of this game. Taijuan Walker's had some good games against Atlanta. He's gotten bombed against Atlanta. I don't know if they trust him enough. They obviously trust the rookie Kerkering, and Orion's got some pretty good stuff. I don't know if they're going to trust him in a high leverage situation. They trusted him at the end of last night's game. The game was out of reach. There was no real threat of him spitting the bit and losing the ball game. So they really have got, as far when you look at their high leverage guys for Philadelphia, and this is what will eventually cost them. If for some reason they get past Atlanta, Houston or Texas is going to take advantage of the fact that their bullpen is very shallow as far as shutdown guys in the back of the bullpen. They've got Alvarado. Dominguez has good stuff. Hoffman, I keep hearing Philly fans talk about how dominant Hoffman is, how great he is. Man, I'm telling you right now, we've seen him 3 times in the past month. I'm not impressed. He's solid, but he's not someone that I want in the back of the bullpen trying to shut the door down. They're going to be able to use Kimbrel for as much as they want tonight. He has not pitched since last Saturday. Now, could he come out and be a little rusty? That's fair to say as well. But I think regardless, you're going to get an inning from Kimbrel just because they want to get, let's say they're down by 5 or 6 and it's late in the innings. They're still going to want to put Kimbrel in to just get the rust knocked off him heading into Saturday. But that could be a dangerous situation because Kimbrel, his entire career, you didn't see it much in Atlanta because they rarely used him like that in Atlanta. But his entire career, if he is not being used in a high leverage game on the line situation, Kimbrel tends to fall flat. And that's why he was left on the Dodgers roster last year heading into the postseason, because they didn't want him closing games and they tried him out in the 7th, 8th inning and he was a disaster. That's why the White Sox traded him. He does a very good job as a closer, but if they put him in a game just to get him work, watch out. And that could trickle over into the next outing. Because these closing pitchers, they are coconuts sometimes. They are very fragile egos. But you look at how they would like to build it. They've got Alvarado, Dominguez, Hoffman, and then Kimbrel. And that would build the last few innings. Those middle innings are going to be the interesting part. I do think you're going to get some Soto, some Strom, if things depend on how they want to go there to face our few left-handers in the lineup. I think you're probably going to get some kind of a situation where they're going to have to try, unless they let Suarez go longer, but he had a short leash the other night. I mean, a short leash. So that is kind of the look at Game 4. The over-under is 8.5. And the Braves are minus 150 on the money line. And what that tells you is that Vegas believes that the Braves are the better team tonight. And it normally goes off the starting pitching. And so there's no excuses. If you don't get it done tonight, Atlanta, I don't want to hear any of that junk. Snicker, this is back-to-back years that you've had the better roster. You've had home field advantage. You're facing elimination. It's time for you to quit living off the laurels of 2021 and do something. My pick to click tonight, man, I'm going to go to that well. The guy that's been so quiet. You know what? I want to see Marcell Ozuna hit one out and do his celebration with Ron Washington at third base and tick off the Philadelphia Philly radio guys. That's who I'm going with. I was going to go with Acuna. Give me Marcell Ozuna. Come on, Big Zoo. You're due. The Big Zoo is due. I know he's had a couple hits. Well, I want to get a Ramalama Ding Dong or Rock'em Sock'em something. Come on. I'm going to take the Braves to win this one. I think it'll be a lower scoring affair from the Philly side. I think Philadelphia gets 2 runs tonight because I think Spencer Strider is going to step the hell up. The Braves offense wakes up. Braves win this one going away 8-2. We get a hold of that Philly bullpen and we head back to Atlanta with a winner-take-all Game 5, which, you know what? And it's all being even. Major League Baseball wants that because they've had a dud of a postseason. I mean, an absolute dud of a postseason. The wild card stunk. They were all sweeps. All the other series are done. They want it to be a Game 5 to have something. If not, they don't have anything on this weekend. I think the American League Championship Series starts Sunday night. NLCS, if the series ends, they don't play till Monday. Braves get it. Come on. 8-2. Marcell Ozuna. Come on, baby. We know you're due. Put one into the drink at the bank. All right. We're going to step aside for a second. Get ready for pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hey, Braves fans. Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Matt McGee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip, His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Reed. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare of us bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Citizens Bank Park, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. He had 41 home runs, 106 RBI, 73 stolen bases, batted .337 in his MVP season of 2023. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies, 33 home runs, 109 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .280. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third, 37 home runs, 97 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .281. Matt Olson, batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves, 54 home runs, 139 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .283. Marcell Ozuna is the designated hitter with 40 home runs, 100 RBI, a .274 average. Sean Murphy is behind the plate for your Atlanta Braves with 21 home runs, 68 RBI, .251 average. Kevin Pillar is in left field with 9 home runs, 32 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .228. Orlando Arcia is the shortstop, 17 home runs, 65 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .264. Michael Harris II, batting ninth and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. 18 home runs, 57 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .293. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it is Spencer Strider night. Spencer Strider was 20-5 Major League regular season with a 3.86 ERA and a 1.09 whip. 186 and 2/3 innings pitched, 281 strikeouts, 22 home runs given up, and 58 walks allowed. He'll be going head-to-head with Ranger Suarez of the Philadelphia Phillies. Suarez comes in with a 4.18 ERA, 119 strikeouts through 125 innings pitched, 13 home runs given up, 48 walks allowed, and a 1.42 whip. He'll be backed up in the bottom of the first inning. The designated hitter for the Philadelphia Phillies is Kyle Schwarber, 47 homers, 104 RBI, a 197 average. Trey Turner batting second, playing short, 26 home runs, 76 RBI, 30 stolen bases, batting .266. Bryce Harper batting third, playing first, 21 home runs, 72 RBI, 11 stolen bases, batting .293. Alec Boehm batting fourth, playing third, 20 home runs, 97 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .274. Bryson Stott playing second with 15 home runs, 62 RBI, 31 stolen bases, batting .280. JT Realmuto is behind home plate with 20 home runs, 63 RBI, 16 stolen bases, batting .252. Nick Castellanos is in right field with 29 home runs, 106 RBI, 11 stolen bases, batting .272. Brandon Marsh is in left field with 12 home runs, 60 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .277. Rojas is in center field with 2 home runs, 23 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .302 on the year. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it's David Rackley. Chris Guccione is at first base. Second base will be manned by Ramon De Jesus, and down the third base line, it's Brian Onora. Ben May will be camped out in left field. Mark Carlson in right field. Game time temperatures are expected to reach low 60s into the high 50s. A beautiful night here at Citizens Bank Ballpark, which holds 42,901. This is game 4 of a 5-game series, best of 3. Philadelphia leads it 2-1. The Atlanta Braves are minus 150 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Game 5 would be Saturday night, 6:07 first pitch in Truist Park of Atlanta, Georgia. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Phillies Game 4, do or die. for your hot Atlanta Braves on Spencer Strider night. Get your game face on. Good evening, and you are listening live. We are here, Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Your Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies. Atlanta Braves are coming in their gray uniforms, gray road uniforms with Atlanta on the chest. Tomahawk down below, all in red. Numbers on the back in red, the names in navy. Philadelphia is wearing their throwback, I call them the Mike Schmidt uniforms. The light blue top to bottom with the garnet P on the chest, numbers on the chest in garnet. The garnet ball cap with the white P, and the numbers on the back in garnet as well. We are just about set for Braves Country Baseball. Time for roll call for all of those y'all in the chat.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
We are just underway, and it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is just off the plate wide, called for a wide first strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, fisted foul down the right field line, out of play. It's 0-2. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Good evening, Robert, Carey, Goat. The pitch on the way, swung on, rifled foul and out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Good evening, Robert Gamblin and Robert, AY, Carey, Goat, Mike, Push It and Buttons. See if I've missed folks. Rob, Isaac, Underwater. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Good take by Acuna. It's 1-2. Good evening, Carey, Dolo. See, Mark, Rob. A lot of Robs and Roberts in here tonight. Balefire. If I've missed anybody, just holler at us in the chat and we'll move it along. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. Good take by Acuna, and it's even up the count at 2-2. Good evening to everybody listening to us and watching us on the PSF app and listening to us on your radio affiliates nationwide. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded over towards short, deep in the hole. Turner's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout for out number 1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing, top of the first inning. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, lefty-righty matchup. Fastball right there at the knees, taken all the way for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Suarez looks in, kicks and deals, swung on, bang, foul down the first base line. It's 0-2. Philly fans, few of them coming to their feet. Ozzie Albies batting .364 in this postseason. He's yet to go yard. The 0-2 pitch. Suarez lets her go in the dirt. Good take by Ozzie, trying to get him to chase that curveball in the dirt. So it's a 1-2 count to Ozzie. Suarez looks into JT, lets her go. Way outside, wide, 2-2. The 2-2. Suarez looks in. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up. Can of corn. Easy playable. Stott's got it, and there's 2 away. You're going to have to stay off of that weak pitch down out of the zone. That's Suarez's bread and butter. First time the Braves faced Suarez, he pitched well the first time through. The second time through the order, the Braves got to him. First pitch to Riley is a swing and a miss. He came out of his shoes on that one, expecting the fastball. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Riley, 308 batting average, 1 home run, 2 RBI. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Chase that one off the dish. It's 0-2. So Riley's starting off with a bad first at bat. Philly fans waving the terrible towels. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is laced towards center field, but it's an atom ball, and Rojas makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down, and that'll end the inning. When we come back, your Atlanta Braves will be in the field, and Spencer Strider heading to the mound.
So is it a problem that I'm not really religious?
Not for me.
Why not?
I'm not the one going to hell.
So, Skip, you've managed in 2,714. Something cool about that number in the minor leagues. 10 towns, 4 levels.
Oh, jeez.
And now you're here. How does it feel? It was so cool to see you with that trophy. How did that feel?
No, it's surreal. I said I was always that guy that sat in my living room watching you guys play in the World Series and thinking, man, I would love to be there and experience the euphoria of what it feels like. You know, I just never thought that I'd be one of those guys that got to do this, honestly. And it's really cool. I'm telling you what, it exceeded all my expectations.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Sammy Sosa is one of the legendary home run hitters of the steroid era. He hit 60 home runs in 3 different seasons, but unbelievably didn't lead the league in any of those years. Every year, either Mark McGwire or Barry Bonds had more.
Small boys had admired other players. They worshipped Christy Mathewson. He was the perfect hero for his age. He seemed to have sprung from the pages of the dime baseball novels American boys now devoured. Sports writers and fans across the country called him the Christian gentleman. No one did more to improve the reputation of the baseball player, and he did it with style.
Matheson would always wait until just about 10 minutes before game time. Then he'd come in from the clubhouse across the field in a long linen duster like auto drivers wore in those days. And at every step, the crowd will yell louder and louder.
He was a commanding presence on the mound, methodically directing the rhythm and pace of each game. He could throw a ball into a tin cup at pitching range, a player remembered, and he took a scientific approach to his work, carefully cataloging his pitches.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves heading to the field, and Spencer Strider will be set up to face Schwarber, Turner, and Harper to start this inning off, to start this game off. Braves trying to force a Game 5 back in Atlanta. Philly trying to get out of Dodge. They do not want to go to Atlanta for a Game 5. Spencer Strider comes to the mound after tossing his last few warm-up tosses. And we're just about set. Strider digs in, kicks and deals, fastball, swing and a miss, blew it right by him. It's 0-1. 99 up top. Kyle Schwarber, who's been a little quiet this season, but kind of par for the course. He's an all-or-nothing batter. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball just misses outside 100 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the first inning, just getting going here. The 1-1 from Strider. Swung on and missed. 99, blew it up top. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Strider comes set. Rocks, deals, delivers. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Set him down, Joe. Strider's fingers is so. And there's one away. Good pitch by Strider. As the game gets off to a good start, Atlanta. A 4-pitch strikeout, and here we go. Turner and Harper will be due up. First pitch on the way to Turner, swung on, foul back out of play. Should be noted, look, we're seeing some aggressive at-bats, pitches by Strider so far. The 0-1 pitch. Rocks and fires, fastball swung on, foul back again. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Righty-righty matchup. Strider lets her go. Swing, and that ball is laced towards left field. It is off the wall. Pilar's got it, fires it into second. Head first slide by Turner, just gets there in time. And it's a 1-out double for Trey Turner. Looked like he pulled the string on that pitch, looked like the slider. He had been aggressive, fastball, and they are not catching up with it. I don't know why he wants to speed up their bat. Turner was outmatched in that at bat until he went to the slider. That was a hanger. He's lucky that didn't leave the yard. Harper comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Harper's down below the knees for a strike, for a ball. It's 1-0. Bryce Harper, 3 home runs in the series. It's been choked out one time by Jonathan Papelbon. The 1-0 pitch. On the way, down below the knees, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. He's pitching around Harper, it appears. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 2-0 pitch. Outside, high and wide, 3-0. So a 3-0 count at this point, I'd say just put them on. There's really no point. And that's exactly what they're going to do. There's no point of throwing a 3-0 tater to Harper. Just reset and let's get back to it. So runners on first and second, 1 out. That'll bring Alec Bohm to the plate. Still has not touched home plate. Righty-righty matchup. Runner on first and second. Strider comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Once again, Strider was having great success until he went to that slider against Turner, and then he nibbled against Harper. I think that might be the game plan against Harper, is to pitch around him, but the Turner, he had 2 strikes on him. Should have had him chase up top. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike, it's 0-2. Froze Bohm 98 miles an hour on the inner cut. So an 0-2 count. Stott stands on deck. Runner on first and second. 1 out. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. Do it again. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, foul back out of play again. We'll do it again. Runners were on the move that time. I believe they were going for a double steal. So an 0-2 count, they must have been thinking it was going to be an off-speed pitch. They've been attacking Sean Murphy. The 0-2, down and away. Did he go around? Got him! Sit him down! Yak him! And they're still away. So 2 down. Looking at the replay from the side view, Bohm definitely went around. Wasn't sure at first, but definitely offered. So 2 down. 2 on, 2 out. Stott comes to the plate. JT Real Muto is on deck. The first pitch on the way from Strider is a fastball way off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Stott batting .294 this postseason, 1 home run, 7 RBI. Dangerous left-handed batter in the middle of this lineup. The 1-0 pitch. Bit of an open stance for Stotts. Strider steps off the mound for a second. Zarcia was trying to sneak behind Turner. It'll be counted as a move, but there was no offering. The 1-0 from Strider. Fastball swung on, fouled back out of play, up against the screen behind home plate. 1-1. Spencer Strider, 17 pitches here in the first inning. Laboring a little bit, but if he can get out of this, feel much better about it going forward. The 1-1 count. Strider shaking off Murphy. The pitch on the way. Fastball looking up top shelf. 1-2, 99 miles an hour. So a 1-2 count. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back. 1-2. Spencer Strider, 19 pitches on the inning. The 1-2 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing and pops it up high in the sky. Camping underneath it is Muddy Mike. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves dodge a bullet in inning number 1. They'll grab the bats. You're listening to Braves Country Radio.
You could be like, I'm so sad. And somebody's like, oh, but you're beautiful. I know, I'm depressed, not ugly.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. was a hitting machine and is, of course, the father of superstar Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But did you know that Vlad Sr. was almost a Dodger twice? He spent 8 months at Dodger facilities as a rookie in 1993, but they decided not to sign him. Then, when Vlad was a free agent in 2004, Dodgers went after him again. In fact, the Dodgers were so close to signing Vlad that their executives were congratulating each other for seemingly closing the deal. But he signed with the Angels instead, which is the team that is on his hat in the Hall of Fame.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
In 1905, John McGraw and his Giants won the National League pennant again. And this time, when Connie Mack's Philadelphia Athletics took the American League championship, he agreed to take them on in the World Series. His decision not to play the year before had cost his players $1,000 each, as much as 1/2 their yearly salaries. Mathewson, who had won 31 games that season, easily deceived the hitters on the Athletics in the series, pitching a record 3 shutouts in 6 days, 27 innings, and not a single run. The greatest pitching performance in World Series history. The Giants easily beat Philadelphia, 4-1. With Christy Mathewson, New York looked unbeatable.
Mathewson was the greatest pitcher who ever lived. It was wonderful to watch him pitch when he wasn't pitching against you, Connie Mack.
Hey, Braves fans. Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and Listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. Braves Country Radio. Here, Mac McGee bringing you the action on the BSF app, youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're on Facebook tonight. We're also on your local radio affiliate. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Olson, no home runs, 250 average here in the series. The 1-0 pitch just grabs the outer edge. Good take by Olson. A pitcher's pitch. It's 1-1. Matt Olson, Ozuna, Murphy due up. The pitch on the way. Swung on, banged foul. Dribbled just past the first base dugout. Corralled by EY, the first base coach, and it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up. Can of corn, easy play by Turner at short, just outside of the second base bag. And there's one away. One down, and that'll bring Marcelo Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna, man, you talk about a guy who's due for a long ball. He's had some pretty good at-bats, just hasn't quite timed it up yet. The first pitch to Marcelo, fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Little different this inning than last inning. The first inning, Suarez was starting off with the soft stuff to start the at-bat. Now he's being more aggressive in the early going. The 0-1 off the plate wide. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Top of the second inning. Sold out crowd here in Philadelphia. Pitch on the way to Ozuna. That ball's dribbled over short. Turner's got plenty of time. Throws a little high, but it comes back down to Harper, and there's quickly 2 away. So 2 down, and that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. Sean Murphy not played since game 1. Took the bench to give way to Travis d'Arnaud, who came through in a big clutch moment in game number 2. The Braves, all in all, have not gotten much out of their catching position down the stretch. The first pitch off the plate wide to Murphy. It's 1-0. The 1-0 lefty-righty matchup. Swung on, foul back out of play. 2-0. So a 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, banged towards the third base side, just foul. Bone was attempting a circus catch to throw it over towards first base, but that ball just went foul past the third base side. As slow as Murphy runs, he probably would have got him. The 1-2 count. Suarez trying to do 6 up, 6 down. Philly fans rooting him on. Terrible towels flailing around here in the October wind. The 1-2 pitch. Suarez lets her fly. Swing, and that ball is lifted down the left field line, but foul. 1-2. That bat shattered. Luckily, the ball ended up in foul territory. Reached out for the ball. Had enough strength to get it into the good. You know what? Break that bat. That bat hasn't done anything in weeks. Let's get him a new bat. Whatever it's going to take. So a 1-2 count. Sean Murphy comes back to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. 95 miles an hour. May have been a touch off the plate, but he got the benefit of the doubt. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Prince Fielder is one of the most memorable home run hitters in the recent past, whose career was unfortunately cut short. His father, Cecil Fielder, was also known for hitting home runs. Cecil finished his career with 319 home runs, and 18 years later, his son Prince also finished his career with 319 home runs.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov.
Alta Weiss was a doctor's daughter from Ragersville, Ohio, who began to pitch for boys' teams at the age of 14. At 17, she joined a men's semi-professional team.
Miss Weiss can easily lay claim to being the only one who can handle the ball from the pitcher's box in such style that some of the best semi-pros are made to fan the atmosphere. The Lorraine Times-Herald.
1,200 people turned out to see her make her professional debut. She gave up only 4 hits and a single run in 5 innings. Soon, special trains were being run out from Cleveland whenever she pitched, and thousands paid to see her play. In 1908, her father bought her a barnstorming semi-pro team, which he renamed the Weiss All-Stars. She eventually put herself through medical school with her earnings, practiced as a physician, and spent her last years sitting on her porch in Ohio, watching children play the game she loved. But it would be 4 decades before women finally got a chance to play in their own professional league.
Welcome back. Heading back to the we're going to the bottom of the second inning. We hope you get a smoother inning than what Strider had in the first. First pitch on the way to JT Real Muto is a slider off the edge, just misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Now there's a good chance that the Phillies will lose tonight. Philadelphia basketball player Embiid is in the crowd. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. Hopefully he gives the Phillies his secret on how not to win in the big games. Real Muto, 333 hitter, 2 home runs. Spencer Strider falls behind 2-0. 2 sliders. I don't know why he is nibbling. That fastball is legit. The 2-0. Right there on the edge, 99-mile-an-hour fastball, it's 2-1. Really drives you crazy when you see him go to that nibbling. Yeah, they're a good lineup, but they're not as good as his fastball. The 2-1 pitch, kicks and deals, swung on, foul back out of play, 99 miles an hour. So a 2-2 count. Strider, 24 pitches on the night. Rocks, kicks, deals. Swing, pops it up high in the sky. Major league pop-up for sure. Here comes Acuna. He'll catch it. Shallow right field. And there's one away. That fastball, I think Strider will learn as he gets older and continues to pitch, but and that's his best friend. He starts off nibbling with the sliders. He's doing, he's speeding up the bat for the opposing team. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is 100 miles an hour. just above the letters for a ball, it's 1-0. Even the show me pitches, the 100 miles an hour out of the zone, that's your friend as well. The 1-0 pitch, kicks and deals, slider down and away, it's 2-0. Really doesn't have the bite to that slider that if you're going to be throwing 100 miles an hour, that slider really needs to come in low 90s. The 2-0 from Strider. Swing and a miss, it's 2-1. He's still developing, still a young kid. We know he's going to get just better and better, but tonight, you got to lean on what got you here. Dance with the girl that brought you. The 2-1 from Strider. Did he go around? Guess he did not. Ball 3, 3-1. So another slider off the edge. Castellanos gets back in the box on a 3-1 count. The pitch on the way. Swung on, rifled, foul. Did that go off his foot, I guess? It dribbled into the glove of Riley in foul territory, but it must have went off the top of his shoe. It did. So a full count to Castellanos. He'll take his time out. Standing on deck is Marsh. Rojas is in the hole. And that's right on the front toe. We've seen a couple of our guys get that a few times over the last few weeks, man. Those things sting. The 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4. So Castellanos will head down to first. They checked down the line. He did not go around. Went cute with the slider instead of staying with the hard stuff. Might have been his changeup. Either way, nowhere near the zone. 1 on, 1 out. Ducks on the ponds again. The 1-0, the first pitch on the way is right there for a strike. Outer edge to Marsh, and it's 0-1. That looked like the slider to start it off. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, rifled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And the Phillies once again have runners on first and second and 1 out here in the bottom of the second. That'll bring Rojas to the plate. Rojas just took that pitch and didn't try to do a lot with it. Sent it right back where it came from. Dumps into center field. You got runners on first and second. 1 out. Double play would be in order. But Rojas does run well. The first pitch on the way to Rojas is a fastball right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing. Phillies nothing. The 0-1. Swung on. Foul back out of play. It's 0-2. So deuces wild here in Philadelphia. 2 on, an 0-2 count, bottom of 2. The pitch on the way. Slider well off the plate wide. No one's swinging at that one. It's 1-2. Trying to get him to chase one out of the zone, but that one was about a foot wide. So a 1-2 count to Rojas. Not time to screw around here. You got to go right at him. The 1-2 pitch. Strider looks in, kicks and deals, swung on, pops it up, back out of play, foul, we'll do it again. "37 pitches into the game now. Strider once again battling that pitch count as he normally does in these big spots early in games. The 1-2 pitch. Strider kicks and deals, nowhere near the zone, ball 2. So a 2-2 count. Spencer Strider scuffling a little bit. The 2-2. Kicks and fires. Swung on, and that ball is lifted into center field. Making the diving catch is Michael Harris II, and he will easily double up the runner at second, Nick Castellanos. And I hope Orlando Arcia walks by Castellanos and goes, "Attaboy, attaboy." We'll be back in a flash.
So I got jury duty. I'm not going. That sounds stupid. So you're telling me there's a guy who did a crime and you need me to show up so you can convince me whether or not he did it? I didn't go to law school. I'm just confused because, like, why isn't it a job? Why don't you just hire jury people full time? And why can't you just get like an associate's degree in jury tutoring? Why do we have to grab randos off the street? Why do I have to convince a Lifetime Fitness front desk employee, an Arby's shift lead, and a librarian that I'm not guilty for murder?
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm going to read a book from beginning to end in that order.
I've always wanted to do that.
I proclaim this the Summer of George!
Women workers demanded to play too, and soon the Goodyear girls, the Westinghouse maids, and the Miller Rubber maids took the field. At Progressive Sing Sing Prison on the Hudson River, convicts played and beat visiting teams made up of electrical workers, insurance salesmen, and stock exchange clerks. I want to go back to Sing Sing, one ex-con remembered. Down here, I'm just a bum, but up there, I was on the ball team.
Hey, Braves fans. Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. If you're just joining us, Phillies did it again. Attaboy! They ran themselves out of another inning, and now the Braves will grab the bats. First pitch on the way to Pilar, swung on, and that ball is belted into left field, deep into left field, up against the wall. Making the catch is Marsh. Just missed a solo shot. And there's one away. Pilar put an absolute charge into that ball. He hammered that pitch, just didn't quite get enough on it. That thing took off in a hurry. Had too much topspin and died at the wall. So one down, first pitch on the way to Arcia after getting chorused with boos by the Philly faithful. Off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, lefty-righty matchup, swung on, fouled off his instep. It's 1-1. Or 0-2, excuse me. The 0-2, Philly fans standing up. The pitch on the way. Down and away, 1-2. Good take by Arcia. He had a 1-2 count. Kicks and deals. Swing and fouls it back. Do it again. It's 1-2. Rifled that over the first base dugout. Couple of rows back. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing, top of the third. If you're just joining us, Strider's looked okay, but he's danced out of danger, but he's not quite on yet. The 1-2 pitch, off the plate, wide, 2-2. Philly fans wanted that strike, but that was about 3-4 inches off the plate. The 2-2. Kicks and deals. Swing and grounds it over to short. Easy play by Turner. Another low throw, another bad throw by Turner, but scooped up by Harper, and there's 2 away. So 2 down. And that'll bring up Michael Harris II to the plate. Ranger Suarez working on a perfect game. First pitch on the way. Right there, first strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch tossed inside for a ball. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Michael. 18 home runs on the season. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on, and that ball's dribbled over to short. Backhanded by Turner. Another bad throw by Turner, and that one gets away. There goes Michael Harris. He'll head on down to second, and we've got runners. We've got a runner, on base. The perfect game is gone. They will probably, well, we'll have to see how they, I would think that's an E6 and no base hit. We'll see how they fit some goofy scoring in these games. Another bad throw. That's the third bad throw he's had tonight. The first 2 weren't quite as noticeable. We mentioned it. He threw a high one, threw a low one. And that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Ronald is sliced foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Braves nothing. Philly nothing. The 0-1 pitch. In the dirt. Good take by Acuna. Harris will stay put. The ball got away a little bit, but not really that far, and you don't gain a whole lot going second to third with 2 outs. So Harris stayed there for caution. The 1-1 count to Acuna. Lefty-righty matchup. Harris on second. The pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back, straight back. Acuna's coming very close to timing his pitches up, just missing it. This at-bat and the last at-bat. So the Philly faithful stand on their feet, waving their terrible towels. The 1-2. Pitch on the way. In the dirt. I believe that foul tipped, after hitting the dirt, it foul tipped off of Acuna's bat and shot away. So it's technically going to be a foul ball. We'll do it again at 1-2. I don't think he would have been called to go around if it had not hit his bat, but it did. So a 1-2 count to Ronnie. Suarez at 40 pitches, so he's in pretty good shape right now. The 1-2 pitch. High and inside, 2-2. Remember, this is about the stage of the game last time that Thompson went and got Suarez. Suarez was visibly upset in the dugout with his manager. Philly went on to win the game, but you could see him pouting. The 2-2 pitch. Off the plate wide, ball 3. So a 3-2 count now. JT Realmuto was heading towards the dugout. He thought it was a strike. That pitch was about 2 inches off the plate, easy. He wanted where he framed it, not where the ball was. So a full count to Acuna. Runner on second, the pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded up the middle, dribbles up to the pitcher's mound. Suarez has a little bit of a difficult, but flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. Your Atlanta Braves get the first base runner but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
She's a 10, but her favorite football team sucks.
That would more than likely make her a Florida Gators fan.
You know, obviously when a guy is there that long and he's going to be a Hall of Famer, I mean, dude's career 300 hitter with all the accolades that he's gotten, and he came up with the Braves. The way I look at it is the dude has done so much for Atlanta, and like I said, Hall of Famer. I would be upset as a Braves fan growing up, and as a guy who plays for the team who I want good fans, if they were just like kicked him out the door. You know,
Yeah, right.
I'm happy that they love Freddie, and he's always been super nice to me. So, you know, I just think they respect what he did for the city, as they should. I mean, I grew up watching Freddie when he first came up. I respect what he did as a Brave. So it's not like it's any sort of rift there. And he's, like I said, he's always been super good to me, and I hear great things about him from the guys.
Armchair.
What's your best pitch?
My best pitch is a strike, a sinking fastball down and away from a right-handed hitter. Thereby, he thinks it's a good pitch. At the last minute, it sinks. He hits the top half of the ball, and he hits a ground ball run away. And you do that 3 times or 27 times in a ball game, make perfect sinkers, you'll get 27 outs. Unless the hitters are smart, and then what they do is they know it's a sinker, they get up and they drive the ball to right center field, and that's called a double. And then the pitcher has to run behind third base and back it up. And hopefully they get the guy out at third, or it's a triple. And then you got a runner at third and less than 2 outs. So they bring the infield in, and you don't want them to hit a sinker now. You got to strike them out. So then you go to a cross-seam fastball, which I don't have.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. We are scoreless heading to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Spencer Strider will go back out there on the mound. You'd hope he'd be a little more economical with his pitches. Fairly high pitch count. Not that that's a huge deal, because they're going to be very aggressive with the bullpen, with this being a all-or-nothing game for Atlanta. Philadelphia can kind of play it more passive, but they do not want to go to Atlanta for a Game 5. Schwarber in the top of the lineup will come back up to the plate. First pitch on the way to Schwarber, swung on, hit high, not very deep, playable. Michael Harris is second, camps underneath it. A good 20, 25 feet in front of the center field wall, and there's one away. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Righty-righty matchup. Trey Turner, who had a double earlier, swung on. That ball is rifled into left field, and that is down for a base hit, and Turner's on again. He has had himself a series. Of course, once he gets on, he's always a threat to go. So Turner at first, Harper coming to the plate. Not what Strider wanted. And he pitched around Harper quite a bit in that first inning. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes after him this at bat, or he continues to pitch around him, excuse me. First pitch on the way from Strider to Harper, another slider down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. You continue to put ducks on the pond like that, they'll eventually make you pay. I get why you don't want Harper to beat you, but at the same token, it's a dangerous game putting him on. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball called on the outer edge for a strike. It's 1-1. Harper didn't like it, looked over his shoulder to get some, I don't know what he's doing, looking for someone to argue for him from the dugout. The 1-1. Pitch did look a little wide. Pitch on the way. Fastball right down the pipe. It's 1-2. Dangerous pitch. That was about belt high, 98 miles an hour. That's usually the one that Harper tanks into the upper deck. So a 1-2 count. Runner at first, one out. Turner could be going. And just as I say that, Strider turns and flips it over to first. He's been running with 2 strikes quite a bit, expecting the off-speed pitch and a perfect opportunity to go. So Strider's used one move. Turner's definitely leaning towards second. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses outside wide. 2-2. Almost in pitch out territory. Trying to get that same outside corner, but that one was way off the plate. So 2-2 to Harper. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Another throw over to Turner. Now Turner knows Strider has got to go home, or if he goes over there again, he's got to get him, or it's an automatic balk. One of the things that Strider really could work on in the offseason, not only getting that third pitch that he can lean on, but also a better pickoff move. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play, 98 miles an hour outside wide. It's 2-2. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. 2-2 count. Strider comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing, and fouls that back out of play again. Just missing timing these up. You'd love a double play here to get out of danger, but the big thing is to get Harper. The 2-2 pitch. On the way, swung on, hit hard on the ground, just past the diving Ozzie Albies, and Trey Turner goes first to third with these. Acuna throws it over to third, made it a little close, and Bryce Harper does the classless throat slashing move that he's been doing. Considering everything going on in the world these days, I don't know if that's the best thing to be doing, son. Runners on the corners, one out. Phillies 4 hits now. Braves have yet to get a base hit. Alec Boehm coming to the dish. Strider now sits at 48 pitches. Boehm is a double play candidate. He runs well, but not that well. He's not as fast as like a Turner. First pitch on the way, swung on, lifted high, drifting back, making the catch is Ozzie. This time nobody's doubled up, and there's 2 away. Big out there for Strider. It does bring Bryson Stott to the plate with 2 on and 2 out, but he went after that slider trying to get something lifted into the outfield, and it was just past the infield where Ozzie Albies able to make the catch. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. You got to figure there's a good chance Harper goes. But Strider just needs to focus at the man at the plate. The first pitch on the way, 97, right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing, bottom of 3. The 0-1 pitch. Strider comes set. Lets her fly. Way out high wide. Almost goes to the backstop. Murphy had to leap up. That fastball kept rising. And it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Strider lets her go. Fastball misses high, 2-1. 2-1 count. You don't really want to load the bases. JT Realmuto, who's probably been their most clutch hitter outside of Harper over the last few years, is standing on deck. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball outside. Or actually, that was the changeup. Misses outside wide, 3-1. So Strider pitching around Stott. I don't know if that's great strategy. 3-1 count. Strider comes set, lets her go. Fastball right down the pipe. Taking all the way with Stott. And it's 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Harper will be moving now. Anything that gets down into the gap will be a run. Strider comes set. Steps off the rubber for a second. Getting a chance to reset here for a bit. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And rifles it foul back behind home plate. Slaps it against the screen behind the backstop. I think that actually ricocheted. It did off of Sean Murphy's face mask. So a full count again. Harper will be on the go. Turner stands at third. Full count. The 3-2 from Strider. Kicks and delivers. Swung on, and that ball is sliced just foul. Up against the screen. Remember a few weeks ago when he faced Strider, remember him just putting the bat out there, making contact with an off-speed pitch, and it kind of sliced down the third base line. So a full count to Stott. 2 outs. Runners on the corners. Bottom of the third. Game 4. NLDS. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Adios, muchacho. Yak 'em. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Down a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Well, there you have it. The die is cast. The Mets are worse off now than they were when Will Palmer was their owner. Stevie Cohn, he is another false prophet, another letdown. Everything failed. The Mets, you can mark my words. Every time the Mets get a brother of a star, he's a bum. Acuna's brother, who I hear already demanding a trade, will never do anything for the Mets. This is Alex Ochoa. This is Fernando Martinez. 5-star players, 5-tool players. They're 5 suck players. They can't throw. They can't run. They can't hit. Who's going to be left on this team next year? There's nobody. They're going to be terrible. It's going to take at least 10 years to make them proud of. This year is a disaster. Worst season ever. Billy Apple, you suck. And now there's nothing left. Nothing. This is the most hopeless I've ever been about this team. The Mets are worse than the Oakland A's. The Oakland A's have more hope than the Mets.
Armchair.
Though it was a hitter's decade, one of the most admired players was a dominating screwball pitcher named Carl Hubble.
Well, I was always fascinated by Carl Hubble, Mr. High Pockets. He was a left-handed pitcher for the New York Giants. And his most famous pitch was the screwball. And he'd thrown so many of these things that his arm was literally deformed. And you could see it when he walked out to the pitcher's mound. His arm, the screwball is a reverse curve like that. And he'd thrown so many that the palm was almost out when he walked out. Curious. And I was so impressed by this pitcher that I used to walk around like that when I was about 9 years old. My mother used to say, "What is wrong with that arm of yours anyway?" They finally made me stop it. It looked as though I'd fallen out a window or something, and my parents hadn't had enough money to give me the right operation to get the thing twisted back right.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way. Ozzie Albies. First pitch swinging, bangs that one into the ground. Foul. 0-1 pitch. High and inside. Did he go around? He did not. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Ozzie 0 for 1 with the pop out. Suarez still pitching a no-hitter. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up, can of corn. Making the catch is Bryson Stott in shallow right field, and there's quickly one away. Ozzie has not looked comfortable on the right side of the plate all year long. And I would say some of that can be attributed to the fact that is the first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. He really has not had a lot of at-bats. We have not seen a lot of left-handers this year like we do normally. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, rifled foul down the line. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count, Suarez cruising, a no-hitter. A runner did reach base via the error. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, just got a piece of that one. Stay alive. Riley still down 0-2. Braves bats once again just are not showing up early. Strider doing a masterful job of keeping them in this one. The 0-2 pitch, swung on. That ball is laced down the left field line. Is it fair? It is gone! Ram-a-lamma ding-dong, a solo shot. Rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Your Atlanta Braves get a solo blast by the way. The no-hitter gone. Shutout gone. And here comes Matt Olson. That was a slider that just hung up a little bit. Sure, he would like to have that one back. It barely cleared the fence. 337 feet. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. That one is down for a base hit. A single into left field. And here we go. Let's go Braves. Braves dugout's alive now. They're awake. Phillies bullpen is going to start getting going as they're making phone calls down to the dugout. Phillies will try to buy some time to go out there and chat with Suarez. And here comes Marcell Ozuna. The big zoo, lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Curveball off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozuna, much like everyone else in the lineup, 0 for 1. He grounded out his first time out. He is hitting .385, does have 2 home runs. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, banged foul down the line. We'll do it again. Braves won. You can see a big smile in the dugout. Even Arcia, who's gotten his lumps in the last couple of days, he's dancing down there. Just got to be knowing that Strider's on the mound and you got the lead is just a big weight lifted. The 1-1 swung on, dribbled over towards second. Turner's going to get it, and that's going to be an easy 6-3 double play. That'll kill the rally, but not for your Atlanta Braves. Take a 1-run lead. Strider, go back to the mound with the lead. Let's get it, boys.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m., and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! Again, it's going to be Crapel, Wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated. Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back. Your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-0 lead. Still a long way to go in this one as we head to the bottom of the fourth, but little relief there to get the lead and give Strider a little bit of room for error. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. JT Real Muto comes to the plate. He takes a swing and a miss at the first pitch. Slider off the edge. It's 0-1. Real Muto's 0 for 1 with a flyout, .316 with 2 home runs this postseason. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Fastball, swing and a miss. 98 up top. Got him on the top shelf, and it's 0-2. Spencer Strider, you got to keep an eye on the fact he is at 59 pitches. Number 60. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He went chasing one up around his eyeballs, and there's one away. Spencer Strider. You figure they'll let him go as long as he's feeling good because as the first pitch on the way to Castellanos is swung on it, belted down the left field line. Is it fair? It is gone. They did it again. They throw an off-speed pitch inside to Castellanos, the same damn pitch that he hammered against Elder. You would think they would learn that is the one spot you cannot throw it to. Unbelievable bad game planning. He's not catching up to the fastball. He'll chase off the edge. And it's a tie ball game. 1-1. So just like that, just an absolute hanging job. They might have been trying to get him to go outside, but Murphy was set up about right down the side of the plate. First pitch on the way to Marsh is a fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. Harper and Castellanos are making out or something in the dugout after that first run by the Phillies. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball right down the pipe. 1-1. You knew it was gone. Figured it was fair. Yeah, it was fair by probably about 15 feet or so. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss up top. It's 1-2. Strider just has to settle down and get back to work. The 1-2 to Marsh. Rojas on deck. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Coming in is Pilar. He'll make the catch. And there's one away. Braves 1, Phillies 1. Bottom of the 4th. So that'll bring the number 9 hitter Rojas to the plate. He takes a swing at the first pitch. 99 blew it right by him at the knees. It's 0-1. 2 solo home runs, one by Riley, followed up by one by Nick Castellanos. This is how we got here. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-2. And once again, at some point in his career, he's going to understand that fastball is the one he should live on. Strider steps off the rubber after Rojas calls his timeout. So we come reset. There's 2 outs. An 0-2 count. 1-1 your score. Bottom of 4. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Locomotive right down the line. Blew it right by him. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves grab the bats. Tied up at 1 here in Philly.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a.
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk-off for the day. Thanks, Mac.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. For those who don't know, normal human eyesight is 20/20 vision. A research study in 2019 found that the average baseball player has 20/13 vision, with the top 2% of MLB players having 29.2 vision. That means that some baseball players have vision that's more than twice as good as the normal human.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Ball players have to be able to cope with defeat more constantly than anyone else. It isn't just that they lose 4 times out of 6, it's they have to play again tomorrow. And if they lose tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. In a week, you can lose 7 in a row. A losing streak can mount up on you so much faster than a winning streak that it's a kind of terror that grips a team. It's like the spooky music that runs under baseball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back. Game is tied up again. 1-1. Atlanta Braves will grab the bats. Wait for the inning to begin. Due up is Murphy, Pilar, and Arcia. We'll see how the Phillies navigate, because they have had a hair trigger on getting Suarez out, but he's pitched. Well, then again, he pitched well his last time out. But the numbers do show that the third time through, his numbers go down quite a bit. So they might be trying to get him through one last go and then probably lift him after the 5th. First pitch on the way to Murphy is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Lefty-righty matchup. Swung on. That ball is rifled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves have a leadoff runner, Murphy, off the schneid. Anthony Dominguez is warming up in the Philly bullpen. Looks like he just got up. Probably set to face Acuna if we were to get that far. Kevin Pillar comes to the plate. Remember, he rifled one into left field first time up. The first pitch on the way. It's a swing and a miss at a curveball about knee high. It's 0-1. He absolutely smoked the ball, just died at the wall, and March was able to get back there. The 0-1. Way outside wide. Good stop by Real Muto. That pitch was, if the batter was in the left-handed batter's box, it still would have been behind him. Is that far off the plate? So a 1-1 count, 1-1 your score, 1 on. Kevin Pillar at the dish. Pitch on the way. Swung on, tapped foul off the plate. Bounced it high in the sky, but foul. It's 1-2. Just got a piece of that, rolled over the top of it. It may have been called a strike. It was right there in the bottom corner, outer edge for those of y'all listening on radio. Braves 1, Phillies 1. Top 5. The 1-2 from Suarez. Curveball in the dirt. That was pretty predictable. He would go there 2-2. Not a threat to steal at all. Murphy standing on first, so he can throw junk pitches galore. Even one that gets away, it's going to have to get far away to get Murphy from first to second with JT behind the plate. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, check swing, foul over the first base dugout. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Orlando Arcia stands on deck. He'll get his standing ovation here in a second. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Kevin Pillar got one blown right by him. I think he was probably sitting on the off speed, and they went up top, outer edge, 93 miles an hour, and you're sitting on a breaking ball, which you can't afford to do. That 93 looks like 103. So Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. He grounded out his first time up. First pitch on the way to Orlando. Just grabs the outer edge. Teardrop curveball for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty lefty. The 0-1. Down and away. 1-1. Standing on deck is Michael Harris II. Acuna in the hole. With the right-hander Dominguez warming up in the pen, if the Braves were to get that far, I can't imagine Suarez is going to see the lineup a third time through. The 1-1 pitch. Down below the knees, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Orlando. Phillies fans are giving him the old Bronx cheer. Murphy at first, 1 out, the 2-1 delivery. Swing and taps that foul off the plate. It's 2-2. Looked like he went with the slider there, just on the outer edge. That actually might have been his fastball. It had some sinking action. Pretty good pitch by Suarez. Phillies playing the shift, the 2-2. Inside, 3-2. So a full count to Arcia. Murphy standing at first. Not a real threat to go, but you do wonder if the Braves might think about putting something on with 2 slow runners. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted high into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Murphy is almost doubled off. He went a little too far. It looked like I don't think they had anything going, but Murphy took a long time to turn around and go back. Good play by Rojas. Good stretch by Harper. He was safe, but it was much closer than it should have been. Murphy almost got an attaboy. Just got back in time. So, runner on first, 2 outs. The first pitch, Michael Harris, the second, gives away another at bat, a dribbler to second. That'll end the inning. He has been a disaster here in the postseason, except for that one catch. We'll be back in a flash.
The less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about. Except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least one at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac McGee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. If you're listening elsewhere and you want to join in the YouTube chat, find us on YouTube, youtube.com/@Braves Country or Braves Country Radio. Spencer Strider will go back to work in a tie ball game. First pitch on the way is a strike called to Kyle Schwarber. Looked like the slider up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Another slider. Outer edge. 0-2. Pitching a little backwards in this at bat, which is fine, but could be a little dangerous to a slugger like Schwarber. The 0-2 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Schwarber took a hack. Had a slider around his knees. 3 straight sliders. And there's one away. Good pitch by Spencer. Probably one of his better sliders of the entire night. First pitch on the way to Trey Turner is a hanger, and that's gone. Philly leads at 2-1, a home run by Trey Turner. He was sitting on that slider, another just hanger. And I do not understand what he keeps doing with that pitch on the right-handed batters. He's just serving them up. Braves trail 2-1, still a long way to go, but these runs are coming at a premium here. That was just an absolute awful pitch by Spencer Strider. He's only thrown a couple of bad pitches in this game, but they have made him pay. So that'll bring Bryce Harper to the plate. First pitch on the way to Harper is a fastball, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, righty-lefty matchup, on the way, off the plate wide, goes with the changeup. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Strider at 74 pitches, may be his last inning. Pitch on the way, nowhere near the zone. Another off-speed pitch, 2-1. The 2-1 lets her fly. Fastball misses high, 3-1. Definitely pitching around Harper again. Philly 2, Braves 1, bottom of the 5. The 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Fastball right down the pipe on the outer edge. It's 3-2. You'd like to see more aggressiveness like that from Strider early in the count to these batters. Once they get it in their favor, it's easier for them to cheat. 3-2 pitch. Nowhere near the zone, ball 4. Fastball misses way out of the zone, pitch out territory. Harper will head down to first. Kranitz will go out there and talk to him. As they're trying to buy time, most likely, in that bullpen. It'll be Alec Boehm coming to the plate with one out. On deck is Bryson Stott. No one is warming up in the Braves bullpen. Really is unbelievable that they don't have some kind of game plan. Guess Kranitz and Snicker hasn't gotten the memo that this is an elimination game. So Strider will go back to work. Turns around and flips it over to first to keep Harper close by. Philly 2, Braves 1. Bottom 5, 1 out, pitch on the way. Fastball in for the cut. Called for a inside strike. It's 0-1. Boehm doesn't like it. Says something to home plate umpire David Rackley. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to third. Riley's got it, flips it to second, and it's going to be a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. Strider gets out of it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm a vegetarian, except for fish and the occasional steak. I love steak.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Anthony Rendon has been a very good hitter when healthy, but he has not been afraid to show his love for Taylor Swift. Before the 2016 season in spring training, Rendon showed up with an I Heart Taylor Swift shirt that he made himself.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding fielders on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
For nearly 20 years, a vaudeville comedian and baseball fanatic named DeWolf Hopper had been reciting a lengthy poem by Ernest Lawrence Thayer called Casey at the Bat, a ballad of the Republic. He had first tried it out on a Broadway audience in 1888 and gotten such applause that he kept it in the act. He would go on to recite the poem more than 10,000 times.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country Radio, YouTube, and beyond. Sir Anthony Dominguez will be coming in to face the top of the order. It's Acuna, Ozzie, and Riley due up. Riley, who scored the Braves' only run with a solo shot. All 3 runs tonight have been via the home run. 2 solo home runs by Philadelphia and Castellanos and Turner, and 1 by Riley. That's your scoring. Phillies had a lot more traffic on the bases, but Braves have kept it to a 2-1 game. First pitch on the way from Dominguez to Acuna, swung on and dribbled over to second. Easy put out, 4-3. And Acuna down once again. So 1 down. And that'll turn Ozzie back around to the left side. Dominguez asking for a new ball. He gets set. Righty-lefty matchup. Ozzie stands in. The first pitch on the way. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. In the inner part of the plate, it's 0-1. Suarez night's done. This time he's not cursing his manager. He's got a smile on his face. The 0-1 pitch, down below the knees, 1-1. Gave up the 1 run, but all in all, great performance by Suarez. 5 innings, 3 hits allowed, 1 run. The 1-1 to Ozzie. Swung on, pops it up. Got underneath that one in a big way. That'll be an easy fly ball to Marsh, and there's 2 away. F7 if you're scoring at home. Alvarado's warming up in the Philly bullpen. He'll be set to face. His main goal is to come in to face Matt Olson, whether it be this inning or next. So Austin Riley comes to the plate. He's got the solo shot, second home run of the series for Austin. First pitch on the way to Austin, swung on. That ball is rifled into center field, down for a base hit, and your Atlanta Braves got 1 on, 2 outs. See if they'll go to Alvarado now. They will. Thompson with the quick trigger finger is going to go to Alvarado and spend that bullet here in the 6th. See how that works out Philadelphia in the long haul, but they're just trying to get through the inning. Braves trail by 1 run. Dominguez has been ran. Alvarado is coming to the plate. We'll take a quick break, step aside. Braves with the go-ahead run at home and the tying run at first. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country Radio and your CBS Sports affiliates.
Why is the dog on the counter?
He likes to be tall.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Joey Votto is one of the most patient, disciplined players in the game, and he could be a future Hall of Famer. He also has a ridiculously low pop-up rate over his career, which is at about 2%.
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing, Snuggle? I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
Hey, check it out. A snow cone machine.
A snow cone machine?
No, you're saying it wrong. It's a snow cone machine.
I just found your old milkshake machine.
Oh, we're going to have to move the toaster.
Between seasons, baseball's brightest stars supplemented their salaries on the vaudeville circuit. Outfielder Turkey Mike Donlin of the New York Giants married an actress and performed with her on tour. Cap Anson recited a monologue written for him by George M. Cohan. Even Christy Mathewson once played the Palace.
John McGraw, who had no act, he didn't sing, he didn't dance. Not that the other players necessarily did, but they tried. John McGraw would go on the vaudeville circuit in the offseason and simply be John McGraw. He would recite, he would answer questions. It was a sort of a Chautauqua form in a low-life territory.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back. Thanks for hitting the likes. Jose Alvarado's coming into the game. Look how it plays out. They may leave him in there if he gets past Olsen in the next inning, but he would be set to face 3 right-handers in the next inning. So this could be a one-out get-up-and-go situation. But it's understandable why they're doing it. Best home runner in the game standing at home plate. It's a 2-1 game, runner at first. Alvarado, first pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is hammered down the first base line, but foul. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, who has traditionally hit well in this park, really hasn't done anything in this series. Did get a base hit earlier, but when you consider Matt Olson the big slugger that he is, he's been relatively quiet. He's 1 for 2 tonight. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and that was down around his ankles. It's 0-2. So Olson asked for time. He normally struggles with Alvarado, as most left-handers do. He's got just such a funky delivery. The 0-2. Alvarado kicks and fires. Down below the knees. Man, was that close. 1-2. It was definitely a ball, but that was a close one. I don't know how Olson laid off of that, or maybe he was just knee buckled. The 1-2 to Olson. We need a hanger here. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Alvarado points it up, but that is going to get well back out of play. Do it again. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Runner on first. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on, and that ball is popped up high in the sky into center field. That'll be caught by Rojas, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth. Atlanta trails by only one. Hey Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car that dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm talking low prices with hot cars.
Two teams dominated the 90s, the Boston Bean Eaters and the Baltimore Orioles. Boston, led by Billy Hamilton and Hugh Duffy, pioneered what would be called the inside game. But the Orioles perfected it. Sacrifice bunts, squeeze plays, double steals. They fought and struggled for every run. In an era of dirty baseball, the Orioles delighted in being the dirtiest. The Orioles were one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Dan Bruthers, the broad-shouldered first baseman, was the greatest power hitter of the 1880s, bettering 314 seasons. Wee Willie Keeler in right field was the game's preeminent place hitter. Asked for the secret of his success, he answered, "Keep your eye clear and hit them where they ain't." He once managed at least one hit in 44 consecutive games. The shortstop was Huey Jennings, known for his distinctive yell as "Ee-ya." In 1896, he hit .401, stole 70 bases, and set a record in his specialty. He managed to get hit by pitched balls 49 times. Between seasons, he practiced long.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Braves trailed by one. Spencer Strider goes back to work. The first pitch, 97-mile-an-hour fastball, fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. Strider, 81 pitches. You got to figure this is most likely, unless he gets a very quick inning, will be his last inning. Braves trail by just one. The 0-1 pitch. Up high, misses. 1-1. Braves in the top of the seventh inning will have Ozuna, Murphy, and then depending on who's on the mound, Pilar or Rosario. The 1-1 blew it right by him outside for a strike. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Strider comes set. Turns and deals. Swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. Fastball misses high, 2-2. Minter and Pierce Johnson are both warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. The 2-2 from Strider is fouled back up against the screen behind home plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. Philly 2, Braves 1, a 2-2 count. 87th pitch for Spencer. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up. Foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Spencer is about to throw his 8th pitch of this at bat. They've all been fastballs. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on that slider, and it was in under his hands, almost like a wiffle ball, and there's one away. You do wonder what they decide to do with Kimbrel. Remember, he has not pitched much in this series. He pitched on Saturday, and that was it. Would they try to get 2 innings out of him or more than 3 outs, or are they just going to keep him traditional? First pitch on the way to Real Muto is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. He hasn't been asked very often in his career to go more than the 3 outs. So you might be messing with danger there. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. And it wouldn't surprise me to see Kimbrel the next time the top of the order comes up, no matter where that falls. But he's traditionally not pitched well if the game's not on the line in the 9th. The 0-2 pitch from Strider. Righty-righty matchup. Swung on. That ball is hit high and deep into right field. Drifting back on the track, making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr., and there's 2 away. So 2 down. Real Muto will have a seat. And Castellanos comes back to the dish. Castellanos, one of Philly's 2 solo home runs. First pitch on the way is a fastball swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Both of Strider's home runs that he gave up were off speeds on the inner part of the plate to the right-handers. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Slider went up and probably bounced about 55 feet. 1-1. The one to Castellanos, he definitely was not aiming for that area, but they also weren't set up I think they were just trying to throw a slider down. The 1-1, swing and a miss. Fastball blew it right by him on the outer edge. It's 1-2. We talked about it at the time that Castellanos, the book on him is everything outside, hard outside, and he'll chase outside. But you get the inside part of the plate, he will do damage. So a 1-2 count, 2 outs. You'd like to see better at bats by Harris, too, as they put him into the frame. He's been giving away at bats this entire series. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, pops it back, foul out of play. We'll do it again. His glove is unquestioned, but he has got to at least go up there and take a few pitches. Righty-righty matchup. Strider turns and deals. Swing, and that ball is blasted. That is not coming back. 2 home runs on the night for Castellanos. Another pitch that just got way too much of the plate. A hanger. And it's 3-1 Philadelphia. Once again, giving him basically setting it on a tee for Castellanos. 415 feet. The Braves offense better get going here. Strider saying something to his teammates as he's getting pulled. Castellanos getting a hand from the crowd. Brandon Marsh is due up. We'll see if they keep him in and where the Braves go here, as Castellanos, another pitch. I mean, it was just put on a tee for him. And it doesn't matter how hard you throw. If you don't locate it, you're going to be in trouble in Major League Baseball. Braves trail 3-1. Pitching change. We'll be back in a flash to introduce the new pitcher when we come back.
Hello there. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays. But the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A lineup of Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Florida, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Ground." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from A.J. Minter comes into the game. Is right there at first strike. It's on. They leave Marsh in the game. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hit hard on the ground. Diving, just getting underneath the glove of Ozzie. And it'll be a 2-out single. Ozzie just missing making that play. He got a piece of it and it dribbled into right field, but Acuna was able to hustle in and keep Marsh from going from first to second. Just got under the glove, under the diving Ozzie Albies. Lefty-righty matchup. A.J. Minter stands in. The first pitch on the way. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves trail 3-1 in the 6th. Remember, they traded 4-1 in the 7th before the wheels fell off of Phillies bullpen. The 1-0 pitch from Minter. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Who wants it? Can of corn. Matt Olson makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. Phillies put one on the board, but when we come back, the heart of the Atlanta Braves lineup is coming to the plate, and the Philly bullpen as well.
I don't know. You know, it seems like bad things are always happening to me. Like I have bad luck or something.
Son, you don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. When Mickey Mantle was a young prospect, he went to St. Louis to try out for the Browns. But because of his scrawniness and overall unimpressive physical appearance, the Browns didn't even let him on the field. Little did they know, they had just turned away one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
People who long for the good old days before ball players got rich should have been a ball player back then. It was hard. They slept 2 to a bed often in the hotels. In fact, Rube Waddell's bunkmate required Connie Mack to put in his contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed.
One of the crosses that Connie Mack had to bear was Rube Waddell of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. When he went to sign Rube to his first contract, he was met at the station in Punxsutawney by all the town leaders as he and Rube were about to get on the train. And Mack was terrified that they had come to tell Rube not to sign for so little money, or that they wanted to keep him for the local team. And one of them stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mack, we're here to thank you for getting him off of our hands."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. We'll grab the bats. Still with 3 more offensive innings to go for Atlanta. Marcell Ozuna, Murphy, and Pilar. First pitch on the way to Marcell is swung on and popped up. Can of corn. Very first pitch. Easy catch by Harper, and there's one away. The positive side of that is you know that the top of the Braves order will come to the bat now, most likely versus Craig Kimbrell. But you know that they'll have to go through the top of the order one more time. Sean Murphy comes to the plate. Murphy. Is he using his timeout already? Jeez. He stands in. Lefty-righty matchup. Alvarado stays in. The pitch on the way. Inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Philly 3, Braves 1, bottom of the 7th. The 1-0 pitch. Inside 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Murphy. He's 1 for 2 on the night. Got himself a single earlier. Kevin Pilar stands on deck. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on and dribbled over towards second. That'll be an easy 4-3 put out. And there's 2 away. So 2 down. That'll bring Pilar to the plate. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. Philly knows that they're 7 defensive outs away from winning this game. Alvarado's only thrown 9 pitches as well. Pilar stands in. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Kevin Pilar 0 for 2 with the fly out. A strikeout. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss up top. 100 miles an hour. Chase one a bit out of the zone. 1-1. The 1-1. Alvarado comes set. Pitch on the way. Inside, 2-1. Two 2-1 count. You know they've already mapped this out in the Philly coaching staff, but I keep coming back to it because you wonder when they may feel comfortable going to Kimbrel. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, popped up, back, foul out of play. It's 2-2. So Alvarado now has him with 2 strikes. He likes to go to that hard slider. Sometimes he'll try to get you to chase fastball out of the zone. When he hits that triple digits, really hard to pinpoint, keeps you on your heels. The 2-2 count to Pilar. Arcia stands on deck. 7th inning. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on and taps that foul inside his instep. We'll do it again. Philadelphia 3, Atlanta 1. A 2-2 count. The pitch on the way, high and inside. Ball 3. So a full count. Kevin Pillar, a ball away from sending the tying run to the plate. The 3-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 4. Kevin Pillar heads down to first. We know he's got wheels. Orlando Arcia heads to the plate. He's been the focus of criticism the last few days. A chance to atone. Lefty-righty matchup, they'll stick with Alvarado. Arcia stands in. The first pitch on the way. Inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Standing on deck is Harris. You do wonder if Philly might pitch around Arcia to get to Harris, who has just been awful at the plate so far. And will the Braves stick with Harris? You'd think they would. The 1-0 pitch, down and inside, 2-0. Really looks like they're pitching around Arcia. They don't want to give him the opportunity to tie the game and take their chances with Harris. And if that were to happen, Harris would be standing between him and Acuna. The pitch on the way, 2-0 pitch, swung out of his shoes on a pitch in the dirt. It's 2-1. Bad swing by Orlando. He knows it. He knows he should have stayed off of that one. Kimbrel warming up in the bullpen. The 2-1 pitch, down and in. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Man, that would be early to go get Kimbrel, wouldn't it? A 3-1 count. Top of the 7th. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Pitch inside. Never should have swung at that one. Orlando Arcia swung at 2 terrible pitches. I think the crowd is in his head. He takes his timeout. Tying run at the plate. Runner at first. The 3-2 pitch from Alvarado. The pitch on the way. Down and in, ball 4. So that one was, well, none of those pitches were in the zone. Orlando finally laid off of it. That was probably the closest one to the zone, though well inside. He was pitching around him. He wants Harris. It was an intentional walk without putting up the 4 fingers. Forrest Wall is going to run for Orlando Arcia. Man, that seems early. But they're hoping a ball can get put down in the gap. And when you've got Harris Man, that is pulling the trigger early. Now, maybe they're going to, we'll see what they do here. Rob Thompson is going to call to the pen. Is it Kimbrel coming in this early? We will be back in a flash. This is going to be an interesting one. Braves have the go-ahead run at home plate, and Craig Kimbrel is coming in the 7th inning. It ain't over, Braves country.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man. There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high-leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Craig Kimbrel is coming into the game. They have lifted Michael Harris to second. Travis d'Arnaud is coming in to pinch hit. Forrest Wall in for Arcia. And Kimbrel, who comes in the 7th inning. They are calling their shot early. Time is called. It's those damn pitch comp. We haven't had that all postseason, but my God, here we go again with that. d'Arnaud might be the best option realistically off the bench because though we know he pulled that 1 home run. When he's hitting well, and I know he just hasn't had the at-bats that he had last year, but when he's hitting well, he takes it to the opposite side of the field with a hard thrower like Kimbrel. You would hope he could just hit one up the middle. First pitch on the way to Kimbrel. From Kimbrel to d'Arnaud is swung on and tapped foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Braves trail by 2, but Kimbrel coming in the 7th means Alvarado gone too, means they'll probably have to go to Hoffman to close this game out. And if the Braves can keep it close, the 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. The Braves can keep it going. Ozzie is in the hole. But the game right now is at the plate. 2 on, 2 out. Braves trail by 2. Top of the 7th inning. The 1-1. Down and away. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Remember, Kimbrel hasn't pitched since Saturday in a live game. I'm sure he's gotten his work in. A 2-1 count to Kimbrel, from Kimbrel to Darnode. The 2-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 3. Tried to get him to chase the slider off the dish. Now we got a 3-1 count. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. The 3-1 pitch from Kimbrel. Downstairs, they're going to call that a strike. I'm not sure about that one. Might have just grabbed the bottom of the zone. It's 3-2. That's the bad news. The good news is the runners will be going. And anything that gets down in towards the gap, Forrest Wall would score from first. The 3-2 pitch. Down and in. Ball 4. And your Atlanta Braves have loaded the bases. Ronald Acuna Jr. is coming to the plate. There's nowhere to put him. Gabe Gotham, the pitching coach, is going to go out and talk to him. So you got bases loaded here. And Ronald Acuna Jr., they're showing highlights of the 2018 grand slam that he hit. Wouldn't that be nice? But we'll take a single right here. With Forrest Wall standing on second, that would tie the game. Anything that gets down into the outfield ties the game. But there are 2 outs. And any way you look at it, they're into the Philadelphia bullpen. You'd love to get a base hit here, tie this game up, reset it. They've already used Alvarado. Kimbrel is on the bump. They're about to go back set. Nicky Lopez is now running for Travis Darnode. He'll stay in to play shortstop as Arcia was lifted. First pitch to Acuna. Way outside wide. That ball's going to get away, and it fires back, and I cannot believe Pilar did not score on that play. The ball came ricocheting off the back wall, and taking a look at it again, it fired back quickly. I still think Pilar would have scored. But because he came back, everyone else had to go back. That might have been it would have been close. I understand why Pilar didn't go. Bases loaded, 1-0 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. Would have been a really close play. I understand why you don't want to be the final out right there. But it would have taken an absolutely perfect play. And that throw might have gotten away. The 1-1 to Acuna. Swung on and missed. Off-speed pitch. Now he's down to his last strike. So a 1-2 count. And that was not where he wanted it. Acuna missed it wildly. They might go back to that pitch again to get him out. The 1-2. Pitch on the way. Swung on, rifled back, foul. We'll do it again. 1-2. He just missed timing that one up. That one went sizzling back to the backstop, slapping the screen. You know, when you see that, the batter almost got it. A base hit, a broken bat, a blooper, anything would score too. Speed on the base pass. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away, 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Acuna. Nowhere to put Ronald as the bases are loaded here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Philly 3, Braves 1. The 2-2 pitch. Kimbrel lets her fly. Swung on, fouled high into foul territory. Harper giving chase. Just bends out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Kimbrel, by the way, has thrown 12 pitches. So it would be dicey to even expect him to come back out next inning anyways. So how they build it going forward, you figure Hoffman will be involved, maybe Soto on a left-hander, but they have burned their closer right here in the 7th. And the analytics always point you to do that, but it's still a bold choice to go that direction. So back to the action. Bases loaded. 2 outs. A 2-2 count to Acuna. Kimbrel comes set. Lets her go. Swing! And that ball's lifted high and deep into right center field, going back on the track, making the catch at the wall. A good catch by Rojas that'll end the inning. Braves put a scare into Philly. They still trail by 2, but the Phillies have burned Kimbrel. We'll be back in a flash.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Atlanta Braves trail this one 3-1. Still a long way to go. You know, the Braves can score in bunches, and they about got into it there. I still think Pilar should have went. You know, looking back at it, I rewound that play during the timeout. I just think he should have went. I think he got lead in his feet, and he would have scored. It would have taken unbelievable play for him not to score. And if they make the throw to home, you never know what's going to happen. That ball could get away. And if it got away at all, Pilar is scoring. Wool is going to score. So we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. If we can keep it 3-1, keep it within striking distance, a bloop and a blast ties it. We head to the bottom of the 7th. It'll be the top of the order for the Phillies. Strider would like to have some of those home run balls back, but all in all, didn't pitch a terrible game. Just pitched a solid game. But the home run ball is what killed him. And typically with Strider, the home run ball is coming from the fastball, but he threw a couple of hangers there. A.J. Minter will go back to the hill. The first pitch on the way from Minter is down and away to Schwarber for a ball. It's 1-0. I'm sure they'll have a quick trigger to get A.J. out of there, but you got to figure he's going to face the first three. The 1-0 pitch swung on, pops up, can of corn. Ozzy's got it, and there's one away. Ozzy will lead off the 8th inning. It'll be Ozzy, Riley, and Matt Olson. You got to figure Olson's going to face Soto. Or maybe they go to Strom. So they may bring Kimbrel back out there to face Ozzy and Riley. First pitch off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It might be a dicey attempt to send Kimbrel back out there for a second inning, so they may just scratch that altogether. The 1-0 pitch, 97 miles an hour, swing and a miss up top. It's 1-1. Pierce Johnson is back warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen. The 1-1 swung on, pops it up. Out of play. 1-2. I tend to think Pierce is being held for possibly Bohm, which could be next inning. Braves hope that it is. The 1-2 pitch misses outside wide, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Minter comes set. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 3-2. So after up 1-2 has been nibbling, and now he falls behind. Last thing you want to do is give Turner a free base. With his speed, he can get in a scoring position quickly. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Minter comes set and lets her go. Swing and grounds it up the middle. Diving play by Nicky Lopez will keep it from going to the outfield, but it'll be an infield single for Trey Turner to get the Phillies going here in the bottom of the 7th. There's a 2-hopper. By the time that third hop hit, Nicky was just keeping it from going from the into the outfield grass. As softly as it was hit, if it gets past Nicky, Turner might have tried to turn too. So Harper steps to the plate. 3-1 your score. Bottom 7. Minter comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's blasted high and deep into right field. Going back on the track, making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. Fires it into the infield, and there's 2 away. He got a lot of air under that, but not enough distance. Just died at the warning track. Man, is he locked in? Even the pitches where he's not getting good swings on him, he's sending them deep. So that'll do it for Minter. We'll step aside for a second. The Braves trail by just 2. Pierce Johnson comes in to face Alec Bohm. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
3. Oh no. What? Oh boy. This isn't my bad, guys.
Oh my God, Ralphie!
Get out of here. Go. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known there have been 4 times where a player to be named later was themselves. For example, in 2005, John McDonald was traded from the Blue Jays to the Tigers for a player to be named later. 4 months later, the trade was completed when McDonald was reacquired by the Blue Jays as the player to be named later.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Sunday would come and the little park would be packed way before game time. Everybody wanting to see the great Rube Waddell pitch. Nowhere to be found. Manager'd be having a fit. And then just a few minutes before the game time, there'd be a commotion in the grandstand. You'd hear people laughing and yelling, "Here comes Rube! Here comes Rube!" And there he'd come right through the stands. He'd jump down on the field, cut across the infield, the clubhouse, taking off his shirt as he went. In about 3 minutes, he never wore any underwear. He'd run back out in uniform and yell, "All right, let's get him." Sam Crawford.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. Pierce Johnson coming into the game. He's going to try to keep it here as a 1-run game. A 2-run game with 1 on. You're not missing anything in the NFL. That's Snorefest, Kansas City and Denver, 16-0. Jeez Louise. You couldn't get me to watch that as a hostage somewhere. That is just terrible. Pierce Johnson comes into the game. Trey Turner stands at first, so he's always a threat to go. And you know he's going to try to time up a Pierce Johnson curveball. Braves still have 2 more at-bats in this game. And the top of the order is due up in the next inning. The first pitch on the way. It's a curveball down and in to Stott. It's 1-0. I think I said Stott. I meant Alec Bohm. Alec Bohm 0 for 3. Hit into a double play his last time up. I'm going to flip it over there to keep Turner honest. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Curveball gets away, and now you don't have to worry about it. Now you're just going to take second base with ease, as that curveball was nowhere near the zone, and Pierce Johnson puts Trey Turner into scoring position. So now a base hit makes it a 3-run game, though not insurmountable. You want to keep it where it's at. If you're just joining us, all 4 runs tonight have come via the solo shot. The 2-0 pitch. Guess he's calling that up high, but it hit the top of the zone. It's 3-0. Standing on deck is Stott. The 3-0 from Pierce lets her go. Inside almost gets him. Ball 4. So Pierce Johnson comes in and immediately walks the first man he sees on 4 pitches. And with the new baseball rules, Snicker can't go get him. He's got to face 2 more batters. So he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Pierce Johnson's got to get it together. JT Real Muto stands on deck. First pitch on the way to Stott, righty-lefty matchup. Fastball right there at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Maybe that'll get him going, get him settled down a little bit. Might be a little bit of nerves. The 0-1. Runner on first, runner on second. Nobody's warming up in the Philly pen, so that tells you something about Kimbrel. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball. Did he go around? They're going to check down the third base line. He's going to say that he did not. It's 1-1. Third base umpire Brian O'Nora. So take that with a grain of salt because we know how accurate he was when he was behind the plate a few nights ago. It did look like he held up. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball down around the knees, and it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Pierce Johnson trying to dance out of danger. The 1-2. Comes set, lets her go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Pierce Johnson puts out the fire, and that'll end the inning. Braves still within 2. We'll grab the bats here on Braves Country Baseball. It ain't over.
Oh, look at that door, dude. See that door right there? One marked pirate. You think a pirate lives in there? I see a door marked private. That the door you're talking about? No, I was talking about... Yep. I didn't say... No. What did you hear? I heard you say you saw a door marked pirate. No, see, that's not what I was saying. We're talking about pirates all day. We gotta find out what lives in here. Jesus Christ.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Man, believe this or not, I don't watch no film, bro. Like, I just know the game of football inside out. I feel like Madden has a good tell of how good players are. So I just play Madden the night before, and I go look at all their ratings. So I just go get on Madden. I go to the EA rosters. Then I scroll down and see what their awareness is, their speed is, and their sprint. And that's how I get a good tell on them.
Armchair.
Trigger an entire fan base with only one sentence.
The best way to wash a cast iron skillet is in the dishwasher. That'll do it.
What was incredible about Clemente was not only how skilled he was at each part of the game, but this kind of ferocity that he played on each play of the game, even years when they were pitiful and they had no chance to get into the pennant or anything like that. He would throw it in. He would pick guys off who got a single, who took too much of a turn going around first. There was just something intense about this guy that was not necessarily what was going on in baseball at that moment.
Welcome back. Atlanta Braves trail this one by just 2. I assume Kimbrel's coming out for the 8th inning. Remember, that is also that in the first inning of the 2 innings that the Braves scored the most run-ins in this year. A lot of that has to do with the fact the Braves didn't play a lot of ninth innings at home. Braves trail it 3-1. Top of the 8th inning. It'll be Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, and Matt Olson due up. Craig Kimbrel comes back out. First pitch on the way is a curveball right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Kimbrel, should be noted, is at 14 pitches already. The 0-1 to Kimbrel. Righty-lefty matchup. Off the plate wide, 1-1. Ozzie just wants to find a way to get on to bring the tying run to the plate. Ozzie 0 for 3. Very quiet postseason so far. The 1-1 pitch. Inside almost gets him. I'm sorry, that's one of those you got to let it hit you. I mean, that's the definition of taking one for the team. He bends out of the way. Hoffman, and I believe that Soto is warming up for the Philadelphia Phillies. And they may be bringing Soto in to face Matt Olson. The 2-1 pitch off the plate wide, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Kimbrel, traditional closer, not used to coming in the 7th and then going back out for the 8th. Sitting at 17 pitches. The 3-1 on the way. Swing, and that ball's hit hard down the first base line, but plenty foul. 3-2. Might have swung a ball 4. It would have been close, though. So a full count to Ozzie. Austin Riley stands on deck. Real Muto's coming out there to talk to Kim. It's going out there to talk to Kimbrel. Excuse me, frog in my throat. JT Real Muto gets back behind home plate. The 3-2 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup on the way. Swung on and popped up. Another lazy fly ball into center field, and there's one away. Austin Riley will come to the plate. The only batter who's done anything for the Braves tonight. Hit a solo shot that put the Braves up 1-0 early in the 4th inning, and then they have done nothing since. They did threaten in the 7th, but that's it. First pitch on the way to Riley is a fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Austin. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Off the... And they're going to call that for a wide strike. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves are down to the last 5 outs. Riley trying to find a way, any way to get on. The 0-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. 1-2. Tried to get him to chase that fastball up high and out of the plate. The 1-2 from Kimbrel. Will he go knuckle, curve, or fast? The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Riley down on strikes. So Kimbrel threw the fastball in the outer. You couldn't throw a better pitch than that. That was a perfect fastball. Riley was well behind it. No chance. Rob Thompson's going to come get him. Kimbrel will get a standing ovation. And when we come back, the left-hander will face Matt Olson with 2 outs. Just how they drew it up with Ozuna on deck.
What's the best part of being a Mets fan?
To be honest with you, like the character development, it really builds you for the rest of your life because it's such a miserable franchise. A lot of peaks and valleys with this team.
So if that's the best part, what's the worst part?
Probably May through September.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Excuse me, what the hell's going on out here? Well, Nick's scared because his eyelids are jammed in his old man's hair. We need a live, was it a live rooster? We need a live rooster to take the curse off Jose's glove, and nobody seems to know what to get Millie or Jimmy for their wedding present.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. BJ and Justin Upton both hit their 99th career home runs on the same day, July 20th, 2012. They would follow that up with their 100th career home run on the same day, August 3rd. In between the home runs, they both had 7 hits, 6 singles, and an extra base hit.
I love
watching closely what I think is this psychological duel between the pitcher and the batter, as well as a physical duel, knowing that each one is anticipating what the other one is going to do and that one of them is going to win, one is going to lose. I mean, that's what's so wonderful about it. I mean, people who don't understand baseball think about, well, what is it? These 9 guys on the field. If you love it at that moment, it's just as exciting as a heavyweight boxing match. These 2 people are dueling each other. And with all of their memory of the other person, and the great pitchers and the great batters have studied the other person. That's what's so wonderful.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back. Gregory Soto's coming in, the left-hander, to face Matt Olson. Matt Olson has struggled against the lefty. Olson coming to the plate. Ozuna on deck. What Matt's really got to be, I know he's the power hitter that he is, but what he's really got to be focused on is just getting on and giving Ozuna a chance to tie it any way he can get on. Lefty-lefty matchup versus Olson and Soto. The first pitch is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Soto's been looking at his feet and digging back and forth where he lands. And even after that pitch in the dirt, he did it again. The 1-0 pitch, down and away, 2-0. He's doing it again. He is fixated on where he's pushing off from. The 2-0 to Olson. Pitch on the way, down and away, 3-0. Oh, my God. That pitch was well below the knees. Called for a strike, 2-1. Bad call. All in all, Rackley's called a pretty good game tonight, but my God, the 2-1 pitch, grounded over to first, and that'll end the inning. 4-3 put out, and Olson trips. And Bryce, did he hit his arm? That was weird. See what happened. Bryce is holding his arm. Olson, it was almost like a Bermuda Triangle where Harper was covering the base. Soto was coming over there as well. And I don't know what Soto was doing over there. And Olson was trying to avoid both. And he collided. Let's see what actually happened. He collided. Oh, his arm was in the way. And Olson hit him with his knee, maybe? Harper's knee was in the base paths. Appears to be okay, but you never know what kind of link. Because remember, I don't believe that's the arm he had surgery on, but I could be wrong. Because he's left-handed. Thought it was his left arm, but I could be dead wrong on that. We'll be back in a flash. Inning over, heading to the bottom of the 8th.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The San Francisco Giants were very close to becoming the Toronto Giants. In 1976, Giants owner Horace Stoneham sold the team to a group of companies in Toronto. The Toronto Giants were set to debut later that year, but a U.S. court stopped the deal. After hearing the news, a man named Bob Lurie bought the Giants and kept them in San Francisco.
Braves Country HD, covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
Myers bringing it, and the pitch is hit in the air, foul, off first. Benzinger backing and calling, and the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Left field, way back, Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
On August 2nd, 1907, I encountered the most threatening sight I ever saw on a ball field. He was only a rookie, and we licked our lips as we warmed up. Evidently, manager Pongo Joe Cantillon had picked a rube out of the cornfield of the deepest bushes to pitch against us. He was a tall, shambling galoot with arms so long they hung far out of his sleeves and with a sidearm delivery that looked unimpressive at first glance. One of the Tigers imitated a cow mooing, and we hollered, "Get the pitchfork ready, Joe. Your hayseed's on the way back to the barn." The first time I faced him, I watched him take that easy wind-up, and then something went past that made me flinch. The thing just hissed with danger. We couldn't touch him. Every one of us knew we'd met the most powerful arm ever turned loose in a ballpark. Ty Cobb.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Looks like Pierce Johnson going back out there. First pitch on the way from Pierce to JT Realmuto is right there down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-1. Philly 3, Braves 1. Bottom of the 8th inning. Looking ahead to the 9th, it'll be Ozuna, Murphy, and probably Rosario. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Swung on, lifted high, not very deep. Calling for it is Ronald Acuna Jr. in right field, and there's one away. Iglesias is warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. They hope to deploy him in the 9th with the lead. They got to get 2 more outs and 3 more runs to make that work. Castellanos, he'll definitely be the NLDS MVP if this score holds. Comes in with 2 home runs on the night. The first pitch on the way. Curveball at the knees. First strike, it's 0-1. 2 home runs last night. The man of the hour in Philadelphia. The 0-1 to Castellanos. Curveball swung on, rifled over the head of Austin Riley. An O-leg type play as it hopped over his glove as he was going down, thinking it was going to be a low hopper, and ended up being a high hopper, jumped over his glove, and it's a 1-out single for Castellanos. They just cannot get this guy out. Hard hit ball. Riley was just late on it. 1 on, 1 out. Harper's walking around the dugout. Appears to be okay. That just because he's going to go back out there and play doesn't mean that he's okay. Could affect him going forward. The first pitch on the way to Marsh is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Brandon Marsh, righty-lefty matchup. Johnson lets it go. Curveball, outer edge for a strike. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is Rojas. Johnson definitely does not want to reach the top of the order again. The 1-1. Kicks and deals. Swung on and missed. And it's 1-2. Pierce Johnson, 17 pitches into the night. Atlanta Braves, just 4 hits tonight versus Phillies 10. The 1-2 in the dirt. Did he go around? Look like he did. Strike 3. So 2 down for Pierce Johnson now, and he'll face Rojas. And no, he won't. Okay. Brian Snitker's going to come out and make the move and go get Iglesias. He wants to make sure the score stays right where it is. So Pierce Johnson came in and got the job done. Rojas is coming to the plate. Schwarber on deck. Eyeglasses comes out of the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Coming out of retirement
Whoa,
for this
whoa,
one.
whoa, what?
Yeah.
Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. I know, he said, and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good. There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball, said Bertie McCree. When you see the arm start forward, swing. Another batter simply shook his head. You can't hit what you can't see.
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, he said, was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching? And he said, well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 2. Rojas coming to the plate. Iglesias on the mound. Runner at first in the form of Castellanos. 2 outs. Braves trying to send this to the 9th, where a bloop and a blast would tie it. Braves will have Ozuna and Murphy due up, and most likely Eddie Rosario. First pitch on the way, swung on, popped back foul, out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. And it looks like they're going to be leaning on Soto to get all of those outs. So that'll be interesting. The 0-1 pitch right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Remember, Soto does have closing experience when he was in Detroit, but nothing of this magnitude. The 0-2 pitch swung on, popped back foul. So an 0-2 count. Rojas, righty-righty matchup. Runner at first, 2 outs. Iglesias lets her fly. Down and away. Slider misses. It's 1-2. If they stick with Soto, the lefty, I guess Pilar would bat. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him up top, 96, nowhere near it. That'll end the inning. Soto is going to be asked to close a game of the highest order. When we come back, Ozuna, Murphy, Pilar coming to the plate.
JD.
So's your face.
That doesn't even make any sense.
So's your face always makes sense.
JD, that's stupid.
So's your face. I'm on fire. Hello!
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Bob Feller was one of the best and most feared pitchers of all time, especially because of his fastball. As a teenager, Feller was already a famous prospect. At the age of 16, a scout offered Feller a contract of $1 and an autographed baseball, which Feller accepted.
And there's a drive, deep right field, long gone for McCann.
It's another big jack for B-Mac. And ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting 2 minutes in all of sports.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Walter Johnson's record of 110 shutouts still stands. He once held the New York Highlanders scoreless 3 times in 4 days. And although he rarely had the backing from the Senators that he deserved, he managed to win 417 games over his career and to win 20 or more games for 10 successive seasons. The relentless velocity of his pitching won him the nickname Big Train.
Sometimes he's referred to as a legend. He isn't a legend. A legend, according to Webster, has yet to be proved. It's a bit mythical. There's nothing mythical about Walter Johnson. He existed and was probably the best pitcher of all time.
You're listening.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac McGee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Welcome back. We got 3 more outs to get this offense going. The vaunted best offense in baseball, who really hasn't shown up in this series. But you got Ozuna, Murphy, and Pilar to face the left-hander, Soto. First pitch on the way, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Really need to work the count with Soto. See if they can get the nerves to him. Remember, this is foreign territory for him. The 1-0 to Ozuna. Down below the knees, called for a low strike. 1-1. Strom, the left-hander, is warming up in the bullpen. You play that out. The 1-1 is in the dirt, 2-1. Wouldn't really change as far as the Braves' strategy. Still be a left-hander. It would just be an arm that would be fresher. The 2-1 pitch is off the plate. Outer edge, called for a strike. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count, and Ozuna uses his timeout. The 2-2 to Ozuna. Soto comes set. Lets her go. High and out of the zone. Ball 3. Full count to Marcel. Standing on deck is Murph. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, rifled back, foul and out of play. We'll do it again. Soto, his 11th pitch of the night, due up. A full count to Marcel. Pitch on the way. Outside, ball 4. So Marcell Ozuna will head down to first. Runner on first. Nobody out. Sean Murphy, who could tie this up with one swing, coming to the plate. He's also a double play. thread is he runs slowly and he's hit into a lot of double plays. First pitch on the way is up high and off the bit dish. Called for a strike by Rackley. Definitely gave him the benefit of the doubt on that one. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Murphy. Swung on, banged over there to first, and that's going to get through for a base hit. Dribbles against the shift, and Marcell Ozuna dives into third, and he is safe. Your Atlanta Braves have runners on first and third. Nobody out. Phillies looking to see if they might challenge this. With the naked eye, he looked safe. Not to your faster runners, but that was a high chopper that it was basically hitting the right place at the right time. Ozuna, oh yeah, he's definitely safe. He is safe. It's not by a lot, but he got underneath the tag. That stupid helmet almost cost him. But he is safe. So runners on the corners, nobody out. Good hustle by Marcell. Man, TBS really wants him to be out, don't they? They keep showing the replay. And Soto is going to be pulled from the game. So that was a quick hook, and here comes Strom. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country Baseball, your Atlanta Braves have the tying runs on base, the go-ahead standing at the plate. We'll be back in a flash.
I understand that we're not friends anymore. Okay, look, man, you brought this on yourself. I know I did, but that's no reason for me to suffer.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores. And make contact.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why did Robin Ventura charge the mound against Nolan Ryan? Robin Ventura getting beaten by Nolan Ryan in a headlock is absolutely iconic. But why did Ventura think it was a good idea to go after Ryan? Pudge Rodriguez has gone on record saying that the White Sox and Rangers had bad blood for years, even as recently as the previous series between the two teams. The inning before the fight, White Sox pitcher Alex Fernandez plunked Ranger outfielder Juan Gonzalez. When Nolan Ryan got on the mound, he retaliated by hitting Robin Ventura. Ventura felt that it was intentional, so he decided to go for it. After the game, Nolan Ryan claimed innocence, saying, "I didn't expect that to happen. I was just trying to pitch him inside." Ventura, on the other hand, felt it was 100% intentional, saying, "If you don't think he did it on purpose, you don't know the game. I'm alright, he gave me a couple noogies, but that was about it."
New York writers were determined to make Christy Mathewson the best pitcher, the pitcher hero of all time. And in that sense, they were tended to ignore Walter Johnson. They couldn't do this because Walter Johnson surpassed Mathewson in so many ways. If Walter Johnson were pitching for a team that had the winning percentage of Mathewson's Giants, there would have been no contest.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Kevin Pillar coming to the plate. Unfortunately, you can't pinch run Sean Murphy at first because they've already lifted Darnode. So you'd have no one to play catcher. So runners on the corners, nobody down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. Pillar chase one down below the zone. Standing on deck, it looks like they're going to go and lift Forrest Wall for Eddie Rosario. The 0-1 pitch swung on, fisted over to short, and there's one away. L6 if you're scoring at home. So not the ideal matchup here. Eddie Rosario is going to come in and hit. Nicky Lopez stands on deck. If they can get past that, Ronald Acuna Jr. is in the hole. That's 2 batters away, and the Braves have an out. Eddie Rosario, tough matchup here. Lefty-lefty matchup, cold off the bench. The first pitch on the way to Eddie. Swung on, and he swings at the very first pitch he sees, and that's going to be an out. And there's no way they're going to send the runner, as Ozuna, it was a shallow fly ball and a terrible at bat by Eddie Rosario, and that has just been par for the course. They had better not pick up his option. This is it for the Atlanta Braves. It's been a pleasure doing these games for y'all this year. We will continue to do Braves Country today and bring you Braves content throughout the offseason. And they will bring Vaughn Grissom up. Okay. Vaughn Grissom coming to the plate. Good to see that. And Cave Gotham's going to come out here and talk to Strom. Vaughn Grissom, man, is the plot thicken here? Finally gets an at-bat in the postseason, and it's the final out before getting knocked out of the playoffs. He's probably just going over the scouting report. Acuna stands on deck. You got to figure Vaughn's going to get a pitch to hit, but man, he has not been in a live MLB game in quite some time. Vaughn Grissom, wouldn't that be a storybook ending? Or storybook, not ending, but a chapter. If Vaughn Grissom could come through big here and tie this game up, or even better. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Vaughn is down and in. They're going to call that a strike. It was not, and Grissom shows his displeasure. It's 0-1. Really cannot get over that. The fact that Eddie just gave away that at bat. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. It almost begs to reason, why would you not have put Grissom there? Well, I don't know. The 1-1 right there at the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-2. So Grissom down to his last strike. Braves down to their last strike. Phillies, if they win, will face Arizona Monday night in Philadelphia. 2 wild card teams once again. The 1-2 pitch. On the way. Swing and fouls it out of play. We'll do it again. You had a 1-2 count. Grissom trying to spoil the game. The pitch on the way. They're going to say he went around. That is a terrible call by first base umpire Guccione. But that's par for the course for the 2023 umpiring crew. Philadelphia wins. They advance to the NLCS. And the Atlanta Braves season is over as Atlanta did not come through with the big hits. And once again, I'm telling you right now, that was a pathetic at bat by Eddie Rosario. Didn't want to get into it at the time because of everything that was going on, but that was an absolute pathetic at bat by Eddie Rosario. And I don't care if I ever see him again in a Braves uniform. I don't care what he did in 2021. That was a pathetic at bat. You're going in there with the game on the line and you swing at the very first pitch you see. Pathetic. And one thing that they've got to do in the offseason, when they go out there and they make their moves, they've got to bring better clubhouse guys in. Guys with more grit. Guys that aren't like Eddie Rosario who loaf. They got to bring more guys that will bring something to the party. Can't take anything away from Philadelphia. They played a good series. Be interesting to see what the deal with Harper is. He's still gimpy on that arm. He is gingerly hugging guys there. But it is, as Max Fried looks on, I know he takes a lot of blame in this because he did not show up. Although the Braves won his start. But when it's all said and done, the Braves offense didn't show up, and Brian Snicker did a terrible job in Game 3 of managing the pitching staff. Congratulations to the Philadelphia Phillies. They'll head to Arizona, or they'll await Arizona to come in to Philadelphia on Monday night. We are going to do the ALCS, probably not Sunday night's game, but we're going to do the rest of the ALCS. It looks like, because Sunday we got plans to do some stuff with the family. With it being game 1 on a night against football, we're probably not going to worry about it. But congratulations to the Phillies fans and to all you bandwagon fans. Great season, y'all. Enjoyed it. But like I said, this is just the beginning. We will be bringing you Braves Country content all off season, and we'll be bringing you every single game here on Braves Country Radio next year, except for day games on Sundays. Y'all have a great night. Braves lose a tough one. Bats just didn't do a damn thing. Have a good night, y'all.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac McGee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac McGee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.